tell you is I know the president greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey, and not just his participation in the NATO summit, where he applauded the United States for getting our NATO allies to step up and pay their fair share for our defense, but also he greatly enjoyed his time with President Erdogan in Turkey and appreciates the bilateral relationship between our two countries. Kara.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Contrary to what the mainstream media is reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful of tonight's speech and anything to do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech and allow the American people to draw their own conclusions from it. Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the president talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
Great.
He was telling the president that he wanted
9 p.m. Eastern Time, about 50 minutes away. We're going to air this as soon as President Trump steps up to the East Room and gives this speech. We
Donald Trump is going to claim
integrity.
that the election was rigged in 2020, like
Bernie
we
Moreno.
didn't know that
This is how
he
these
thought
things
that.
work. As we get closer to speech time, we're going to start hearing from multiple sources, in this case, a lawmaker, a senator from Ohio, saying, I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Oh
The
my
time for
goy.
complacency with China is over.
Oh, we're
Senator
live,
Biden
baby.
says.
Oh, we are
All right, it's time
so
for us to step away for a
fucking
quick
live
commercial
right
break.
now.
One more there from Caitlin
We're more
Gomez.
alive than
This
Lindsey
is
Graham.
from
Let's
the New
just
York
put it that
Post,
way.
saying President Trump is expected to reveal at least 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in U.S. federal elections during his primetime speech tonight on election security.
Okay, so President Trump
from,
will be speaking
in one case,
shortly.
a senator,
He will be addressing
from
the
Ohio,
nation
from Senator Moreno, and the New York Post
about
also has this
election
piece of information
security.
as well.
People are speculating
278,000
online that he's
non-citizens.
canceling the elections. That's what's gonna happen. He's announcing that he's gonna cancel the elections. That does look like Orson Welles, doesn't it? That's really funny of you. That's really funny. It's Jewish Rabbi Trumpstein. Trumpenberger.
Are registered.
So U.S. targets Iranian bridges in bid to choke off regime's supply routes. We're going to take a look at this Wall Street Journal article. Yes, I read the Wall Street Journal because I'm better than you. That's why. So the U.S. struck multiple bridges in Iran on Thursday in an effort to cut off supply routes to a port city and a naval base in the Strait of Hormuz that Iran uses to attack ships and project power. Several attacks on bridges were reported in and around the port city of Bandar Yamama overnight Thursday, and highways connecting Bandar Yamama to nearby provinces were declared closed, according to Iran's state broadcaster IRIB. IRIB for your pleasure. Oh, man. What's up, everybody? How you doing? We're tired, you know? We're tired of this shit. I don't know what else to say. The Ball Street Journal. That's right, baby. The Ball Street Journal. So, moving on. Bandar Abbas is home to an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps naval base and is critical to Iran's ability to project power in the waterway and throughout the Persian Gulf. The United States has pounded it with strikes in recent days, and it attacked an Iranian submarine and ship facility there with sea drones earlier this week. I'm just going to start reading Wall Street Journal articles and making them overtly sexual. Just to make you feel really uncomfortable. What do you think about that? No? Don't do that? That's weird, and it would creep you out, and you wouldn't want to watch the stream? Okay, fine. Never mind. Iran has responded by striking the U.S.'s infrastructure in the region and its Gulf allies across the Middle East and continuing its attacks on commercial ships. Iranian military officials have threatened to destroy infrastructure across the Middle East if the United States attacks its infrastructure, according to IRIB. For your pleasure. All right, I'll stop. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Thursday that Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and expressed that they want to make a deal with with us because they're suffering devastating blows. So more lying from the press secretary, of course. The press secretard. That was too easy. The prostitute secretary Caroline Leavittstein, Leave It to Beaverstein. U.S. CENTCOM announced that it had begun a sixth straight day of strikes against Iran to degrade its military capabilities. The command, which oversees U.S. forces in the Middle East, has been largely focused on taking out missile and drone facilities, as well as other sites that Iran uses to threaten shipping. The attacks come as the U.S. imposes a naval blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas to choke off Iran's economy. CENTCOM released photos of Marines boarding and searching a commercial ship Thursday. That would be today. It is it's July. It's July 16th. July 16th, 2026. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, July 16th, 2084. And the rapture has begun. We are in the midst of the rapture. Can you believe it? Israel firster Rick Scott confronted by a real American. Let's take a look.
Hello.
He's taking $500,000 from AIPAC.
Raul Castro and Diaz-Canel and Delcy Rodriguez and the Ayatollah and the head of... All you care about is extracting wealth from the global south. All you care about is committing genocide, whether it's in Lebanon, whether it's in Gaza, the blockade. You don't care about the innocent people that are dying in Cuba.
You can't make moral appeals to cretins like Rick Scott, you know?
You don't care about even the Floridians. All you care...
Just make fun of his bald head, you know? And tell him he's a genocide supporter. But be a little bit more petty about it.
About is special interest. Why won't you? Why do you continue to take money from corporate interests? Why do you
tell him he's got more hair than brain cells?
Continue to take money from corporate interests because you're a shell and you're bought and you are disgusting and you are an actual terrorist to Americans. You are the terrorist yourself.
But I do like the heckling.
You wish that you could pull the trigger. You just spend. You sign the bills that kill people. You wish that you could pull the trigger. You are an absolute disgrace to Florida. You are a disgrace to the United States, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
You should look in the mirror.
You should look in the mirror, he says. I saw this clip of Sneeko. I'm becoming more of a fan of Sneeko as I listen to him.
What about your history? You have a controversial history of
listen to this.
Going out, partying. I'm not even going to bring up the other thing, which you know about. I'll let H3 bring that up.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever done. I'm going to be real, like, this is just retarded. Like, you're only trying to, like, say negative things about me.
I'm not trying to say negative things about you, but I mean,
you have not said anything positive, and you're just,
bro,
you have a controversial past. People hate you.
But listen,
you hate Jews.
That's not what I'm saying. Let me finish.
Isn't it, like, to the people watching, like, this dude platformed Netanyahu,
let me finish.
and you're going to try to, like,
let me finish.
Platform Netanyahu?
I'm controversial?
Sneeko, do you agree that because you fucking... Okay, so, no, it's funny. You love to bring up that interview, but...
No, because you are trying to like sound like you're a better person.
Dude, you platformed Hitler and you want to morally posture and call Sneeko
controversial? Like I'm a better person.
I'm controversial.
Bro, this is who you are on the internet. This is how people look at you. You have the richest man, the richest man in the world. You have the guy that owns the platform
in the Epstein.
But Elon Musk doesn't like you, Sneeko. So what's that about?
Is coming at you.
Yeah, an African trillionaire migrant. If people go side with a trillionaire, if you care about American values, then this African trillionaire migrant trying to...
He's done a lot
Oh, he's done a lot, huh?
Tesla.
He's hoarded a lot.
SpaceX.
Oh, a car?
He did not invent Tesla. Tesla was already a company. He's never innovated any goddamn thing in his life. This is the part of capitalism that you need to understand. Plebes. They are investors. They're not inventors. And, you know, to the extent that they're investing, they're just patenting things. It's claims to innovations. It's not the innovations themselves. It's the claim. They have some sort of paper that says they own this thing now, but they had nothing to do with its creation. Elon Musk and Tesla is a perfect example of that. Tesla was already a successful company, and they had already been on this trajectory of, you know, making sustainable energy cars. And, you know, Elon invested that. I mean, I guess you could say he's a good investor. I mean, in playing the game of finance capitalism, Elon has done pretty well for himself, and that's the point. For himself, not for humanity, not for anyone else. He's a privatized wealth hoarder, you know? He's a monopolist, and he's paid off by the banks. And he didn't invent anything. He didn't invent Tesla. He didn't invent PayPal. He didn't invent Twitter. These are all things that he's known to have invented, or at least, you know, claims ownership of, which is more accurate. But he didn't invent rocket engineering, you know?
What do you mean? Those electric cars are amazing. He's done a lot for the fucking economy.
Do you have a Tesla?
Tesla is so amazing that periodically, every month it seems they're getting controversies surrounding their AI driver technology, which has killed people. And sometimes these Teslas just spontaneously combust.
Electric cars are like, I have a Hellcat. I like American cars. So another thing I like about America. Yeah, SpaceX, woo, Mars. He has $1 trillion. There's starving people all over the world. He actively doesn't fix that because he wants to hoard it for himself and be worshipped by people like you. This guy's not a hero.
Boom.
Because he makes a rocket ship, he's not like the savior of humankind. He's tweeting all day trying to incite a race war.
He's tweeting all day and trying to incite a race war.
Exactly. He spends all day tweeting trying to incite a race war in Europe. This is ridiculous, bro. Why are you asking me to be deported? This is how owned people are. He's supposed to be the richest man in the world, and he's saying that I need to be deported. Clearly, he's trying to incite people to hate each other. And right now, you are doing a great job.
I don't think that's what he does. I think he speaks his mind. I think Yeah, I think he
Okay, then why did he apologize for saying that Trump was not releasing the Epstein files because he's implicated in them?
Why do you think
he tweeted and deleted that last year?
I couldn't tell you.
Because he doesn't actually speak his mind, because these people are owned too.
Well, he clearly does.
He understands that he's got to say thing X, not thing Y.
Then why would he delete that tweet?
I can't tell you that. Maybe he changed his mind. He didn't fucking believe it. Maybe he was upset.
He woke up the next day. Oh, never mind. Trump's...
It's just when you are in the church of capitalism and you're in the first pew, you know, people that are closer to the altar of capitalism speak more pleasantly about it, right? I mean, it's just when you become super successful, you know, I use that in quotations, but in this context, in finance capitalism, it's about wealth hoarding, and it's about extracting the value of labor. It's about exploiting the working class, all these things that we know. Then, you know, then you tend to adopt an ideology which is convenient to that wealth accumulation. You know, nobody's gonna get rich and then be antagonistic to the way that they got rich, to the present prevailing status quo economy.
Not actually hiding the Epstein files.
Well, that could be why.
Just stay in your lane. Don't come in here.
I'm saying, what makes you equipped?
Because I'm doing research, and I read, and I look at this, and I speak to people, and I have evidence, and I'm bringing up examples, and I give reasons for what I'm saying.
We're literally talking about what has happened this week. I'm asking you questions about all these people responding to you, what you've been going through, what you actually believe in.
You haven't asked what I'm going through. You haven't asked any personal questions. You're just asking about other people that get clips about Elon Musk and then the Osama bin Laden guy. Like, this is what you're thinking the podcast is. This clip, this guy, this hate speech, this friend, this guy snaked you, this guy.
I mentioned to you earlier about how Aiden Ross said or someone said, I don't know if it was Aiden, someone questioned your mental health and what you're going through. And they think that you're going too crazy, you're going too far with this shit.
It wasn't mental health. He thinks that I'm in too deep.
In too deep, okay, we'll use that. Since that interview, pretty much decided, the one that I did that you keep bringing up, I'm not qualified to do this. And I think that it's a trend that the way that politics is going is instead of having a insightful interview with someone qualified, it's not going to give you that exposure, it's not going to give you the platform. So they come to people like, we'll say Theo Von, us, and they want that platform, that viewership, where they know that we may not be the most qualified people. We're not going to ask the hard-hitting questions. I know that. I've tried to stay out of politics. I know that that's not my lane.
Except now in this interview.
Well, no, now I'm just trying to figure out, like, fucking 4 or 5 years ago, you were not about this. Now you're fucking fully involved in this.
Yeah, oh
so
my goodness.
That makes
he learned, he, reflected on new information, new events, and he amended former conclusions. It sounds like it's a stable, healthy mind. It's like you've evolved over time. You don't think the same things that you used to think. Well, that's called growing up.
No, you're saying that that's not true. Are you not hearing what I'm saying?
I am hearing what you're saying.
I do World Cup content. I do content with sign language experts.
Nobody sees that.
No, you don't, because you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think many people see that part. I only
yes,
think
they do.
See the negative
I have
Sneeko
millions
go.
of subscribers.
I know, but I think that people only see the negative shit that goes viral.
No, that's
Sneeko.
what you think, because you think the world reflects the algorithm that you see because you have no idea what you're talking about.
So it wasn't that based of him? I'm trying to check the quality of this stream. They're telling me that there's got an issue of like copyright material or something. Let me see here. It's always something. I just want to check and see. It's the stream quality is okay, right? They're saying that the stream quality is poor. All right, anyway, I think it's okay. So here's, we were reading about that Wall Street Journal article talking about the U.S. bombing bridges. Here is another look at that. Trump's a war criminal. Bombing civilian infrastructure is a war crime. Here's another war crime with herpes, Michael Rapaport, on his struggles as a Jewish actor in Hollywood. It's not, he's lost roles. He's complaining how he's lost roles or he's not gotten roles for things that he felt he was right for, qualified for. And it's not because he's a shitty actor, or maybe they just didn't like his acting skills or lack thereof. It's because they don't seem, it's because they say he doesn't seem Jewish enough.
I never thought about changing my last name. I've never been
Rapaport? I mean, is that even a Jewish name?
hesitant about being Jewish. I've always been proud to be Jewish.
Another Jewish actor at some seminar, some conference, where he gets to sit down in front of an audience and explain why he's being targeted for being Jewish in Hollywood, like we fucking give a fuck, or if that's even a real thing.
Totally honest, have only played one role that was quote unquote Jewish. I have lost roles or not gotten roles, I'd say 5 or 6 times from things that I felt like I was right for and qualified for because they said, you don't seem Jewish enough. You don't seem Jewish. Now, everybody knows I'm Jewish now, but in Hollywood, the presentation is...
So that's the anti-Semitism, is that he wasn't Jewish enough. You need to be more Jewish, and then maybe they would accept you. How is that anti-Semitism? They're like, no, we need to dial up the Judaism on this character. That doesn't seem like that they're targeting Jewish people for being Jewish. Sounds like just the opposite.
Hair, bent
They're targeting actors for not being Jewish enough.
over, big nose and
Why is he being stereotypical about the Jays?
healing.
When you came in, when you came in Hollywood, you weren't really you weren't typecast, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think that people don't think that 6'3", blonde-haired, Now it's a little gray. Don't tell anybody. But blonde-haired, strawberry blonde, 6'3" Jews exist. And that's why when I would audition or meet for role, they'd be like, he doesn't seem Jewish enough. I'm like, what do you?
That's actually kind of a anti-Semitic stereotype, but in reverse, because the people that are casting are saying, well, this guy, he's 6'3", he's tall, he's not hunched over, he's not physically weak, and he's not complaining about his interest rates. I'm sorry, you're just not going to make it in Hollywood. You're not Jewish enough. That's sort of, like they're stereotyping Jews in the casting process.
I'm 99.9.
That's also something that Zionists did, if I understand this correctly. Early on, they felt like Jews were this. Like this is who Jews were, and so they had to create Zionism to be like super Jews to combat the
I took the
stereotypes
test with the spit and everything.
Look at this. This is quite an interesting clip. So Joe Rogan asks J.D. Vance if Israel is influencing American politics, and watch his answer.
Do you think that Israel is affecting American political judgment?
As he pours his water. Long pause.
Do you think that Israel is
It's
affecting
just a
American
simple yes
political
or no.
judgment?
The fact that he couldn't answer just no right off the bat, or yes, or whatever, it shows you that the answer is yes. He's like, how do I wiggle my way out of this question? He's terrified to answer such a basic question. I kind of want to see the rest of that clip. I wish it wouldn't cut off at 12 seconds. But that's kind of the point. The point is the pause. All right, I haven't taken a look at this. What is this?
One of our major parties has been captured by politics that is not that subtle about suggesting that we the people means a certain kind of people. That when you have the vice president, the current vice president making a speech that is basically a blood and soil version of we the people, that it matters who your parents were and how long they've been here, despite him being married to an immigrant, daughter of an immigrant himself. That's echoes then ideas about who can be a citizen, who belongs, who gets to make decisions.
The example you gave is actually
I hate every person on screen here.
I love the illustration of this. 100 years ago, a vice president could not stand up and make a nativist argument if he was married to the daughter of an Indian immigrant. But today he can. So we move from malice to hypocrisy. That's progress.
It is progress.
That is progress.
Listen, hypocrisy is progress. Because it means that you feel
God, he's so eloquent,
guilty
so
enough.
Insightful. Hypocrisy is progress.
Either lie to yourself or others.
Yeah.
And that is better than not even being able to even thinking about the idea that maybe you're doing something wrong.
I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I don't think you even knew where that was going when you started that thought experiment. Barack Obama. The IRGC has designated Donald Trump's properties in the Middle East as legitimate targets for strikes, according to a press release. Hello, Base Department. In the UAE, there's the Trump International Golf Club, Dubai. There's the Trump International Hotel and Residential Tower in Dubai. In Saudi Arabia, you have the Trump Plaza Tower, Trump International Golf Club. Qatar, you got the Trump International. Lots of golf clubs and hotels out there in the Middle East. Trump International Hotel in Oman. I can't believe they have a Trump Hotel in Oman, of all places. Anyway, and you know, in addition to that, let's take a look at the extremely mega-based department, so I can show you my goods. Wait, let's update that because I know I reposted something else. Here it is. So check this out. Iran has installed a billboard in the capital, Tehran, showing U.S. President Donald Trump lying in a coffin. Look at that. A statue nearby depicts the fist of late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who was assassinated at the start of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. But, and then it says, we K-I-L-L-T-R-U-M-P. Here, let's take a look at this video, too, while we're here. You saw this, I'm sure. We saw this yesterday. The fighter jet causing
this jet
pandemonium
cost the
on a
American
beach.
taxpayer $70 million. The Navy is conducting an investigation after videos surfaced online of a Blue Angel jet performing a low-altitude pass over a beach full of people in Pensacola. This flyover could have hurt kids on that beach. The noise emitting from a Blue Angel flyover is estimated to be between 100 and 130 decibels. The human threshold for pain is 130 decibels. In response to public outrage, the Trump administration released this AI photo. Here is an actual photo from the beach. Despite the investigation, the assistant to the defense secretary wrote, "Carry on, Patriots." And Pete Hegseth said the flyovers will continue until morale improves, whatever that means. The Blue Angels cost taxpayers about $36 million a year. Flying just one of those planes costs between $17,000 and $21,000 an hour. And the actual cost of the jet is $70 million. In 2024, we bought 17 of those things, giving Boeing $1.1 billion. A reminder that the Pentagon has never passed an audit and is unable to account for millions in assets.
Playing with our money.
Good news, Senate Democrats just blocked the annual defense authorization bill, citing the continued war with Iran.
Okay, moving on. Here we can see the IRGC Navy calling Trump an idiot.
In Persian Gulf and Oman Sea. This is Iranian Sepa Navy calling you on channel 16. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader, Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiot. If you want to pass through the strait,
Not by name, but I think we all know who he was talking
ask
about.
permission from Iranian Sepa Navy. All vessels that have a connection with our enemies will be targeted if they try to pass the Strait of Hormuz out.
Over and out, loud and clear, 10-4. That's a big 10-4. All right, let's see the latest from Larry C. Johnson. Saudis back down, he says. GCC energy support infrastructure map. Look at that infographics. That is nice. Lots of information there. Not going to go through it, but you can see there's a whole supply chain infrastructure for the energy industry in the Arabian Peninsula. On Monday, July 13th, airstrikes hit the runway at Sana'a International Airport. That's in Yemen. Shortly after a Houthi delegation returned from the funeral in Iran for the late Ayatollah Khamenei, Yemen's Defense Minister General Tahir al-Akili said on X that the runway was struck to stop a plane carrying the Houthi delegation returning from Khamenei's funeral. The IRG Defense Ministry said it had exhausted diplomatic efforts to persuade Iran and the Houthis to stay out of Yemeni airspace. Persuade Iran and the Houthis to stay out of Yemeni airspace? That it would respond to hostile... I think he means Saudi Arabia to stay out of Yemeni airspace, maybe. Let's see. Stay out of your... So that it would respond to hostile aircraft by all means and held Iran responsible. Wait, what is the IRG Defense Ministry? I thought that was the... I thought he was talking about the IRGC, but so that is... That is Iran. I'm kind of confused. Maybe that's a typo. However, Israel's mouthpiece on Axios, Barak Ravid, citing 2 U.S. officials, reported that Trump gave Saudi leader MBS his backing for the strike in a phone call last Friday. MBS asked for support for military action against the Houthis and received it. The White House declined to comment directly, and the Saudi embassy didn't respond. The proximate cause is aviation, not ground war. About 10 days ago, a Mahan air flight landed in Sana'a. I don't know how to say that. The first Iran-Sana'a flights in over a decade, and picked up a Houthi delegation traveling to the funeral of former Supreme Leader. Saudi Arabia blocked subsequent flights, fearing they'd be used to move weapons or Iranian military advisors to the Houthis. Note, the airport itself has been largely destroyed and out of action since Israeli strikes in May. Following the Saudi attack on Sana'a, the Houthis retaliated by firing ballistic missiles and drones at Aba International Airport in Saudi Arabia's southwestern Asir region, a mountainous area near the Yemeni border and a domestic summer destination. Sari claimed the strike. The Saudi-led coalition spokesman said air defenses dealt with a threat from ballistic missiles launched toward the southern region. No casualties have been reported. This exchange marked the first Saudi Arabian attacks on the Houthis since the informal truce took effect in March of 2022. Sana'a. Okay, got it. Thank you, Cal. Sana'a. Thankfully, I was wrong. The Saudis did not follow up by launching new attacks at Houthi positions, so the Saudis have backed down. The Saudi attack was foolish and reckless. At present, the Saudis are able to export a bit of oil from Yanbu, a Saudi city that sits on the shores of the Red Sea. This attack on Yemen, albeit an airfield, carried the risk that the Houthis would attack the Saudi oil facility at Yanbu and close the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Given the Saudi vulnerabilities, if their operation in the Red Sea is suspended or closed, you would think that MBS government would be engaged in further confidence-building exercises with Yemen. Nope, the Saudis almost touched off a renewal of the war with the Houthis. I don't know who convinced MBS to put a full stop to further attacks on the Houthi-controlled portion of Yemen, but the Saudis have not attacked again. The Saudis are in no position financially to handle the simultaneous closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab al-Mandab Strait. It appears that cooler heads in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia prevailed, for now at least. A note about the image at the top of this article: I posted it because it provides an excellent visual of the oil and LNG infrastructure in the Persian Gulf and helps you appreciate the energy geography of the Persian Gulf. So there it is. And that is the latest from Larry Johnson. Let's keep going through my reposts here on Twitter. Don't forget to tap the like and subscribe. Here's Trump bragging about how much wealth the United States has extracted from Venezuela following the attack and the kidnapping of President Maduro.
Venezuela was actually 48 minutes, but let's call it one day. And we've paid for the cost of that war 50 times over, more than 50 times over already. And they've been great, the people from Venezuela. The leadership has been fantastic, and we're working with them, and the big oil companies are moving in. They've made more money for themselves in the last few months than they made in the history of the country. And it's just it's being properly run. They have oil. They have so much oil. You find the oil there, Pete, you just look down on the ground and you say, oh, that's oil. Just drill it. There's very few places that have anything like that. But we have a great relationship with the leadership. We've worked with them very closely.
Great relationship with the leadership after we kidnapped the leadership. Here's MBS picture with Jeffrey Epstein. This is a real picture. Imagine if one of the leaders of Ansar Allah or Yemen had been the one who was in this picture with Jeffrey Epstein. They would have declared Yemenis apostates, called us infidels, American agents, Zionists. Pepe Escobar is reporting that Reuters is pathetic. Iran does not order the Houthis to do anything. I was in Yemen last year and learned firsthand how decisions are made and debated, and it's not Houthis, it's Ansar Allah. Yeah, that's apparently we shouldn't be calling them the Houthis. because that was just the name of the leader of the movement. The actual people of Yemen we could think of as Ansar Allah, or just Yemen itself, the Yemenis. But Pepe's making a good correction here. It's not Houthis, it's Ansar Allah and the Yemeni armed forces. Here's the Hormuz report. Iran has directly ordered Yemen's Houthis to close the Bab el-Mandab Strait if the U.S. strikes Iran's energy infrastructure. The Houthis have completed preparations by deploying missiles and drones near the Red Sea gateway and are awaiting the order to begin. A senior Houthi official warned closing the strait could send oil prices soaring to $200 per barrel. Iran has already closed the Strait of Hormuz. Now Bab el-Mandab is next. The double blockade has never happened before. The global economy is facing its worst energy crisis in decades. So Pepe is making a correction here. They're saying, it's not. It's inaccurate to say that the Houthis or the Ansar Allah take their direction from Iran. They are their own sovereign nation with their own geopolitical calculus. Polymarket is reporting that satellite images reveal that China has built a full-scale replica of Taiwan's presidential district for military drills. So China is fully anticipating a war with the United States in the coming months or years, and they're acting accordingly. And that's what this is all about. It's all about trying to maintain hegemony over the global economy, which the United States is losing grip of. And they're ceding ground to China, and so that's why the United States is engaging in all these military actions to enforce, their 20th century empire, which is collapsing before our very eyes. All right, let's see. This pastor is actually torching Israel in this speech.
But, they're our only ally in the Middle East. Let's stop and talk about that little pronoun, our. What do you mean by that, our ally?
I like where he's going with that, because it's always the simple words we should be questioning here. Who? For who? Who is us? Who is we? What do you mean by our?
Is Israel my ally? Is Israel Steven Anderson's ally in the Middle East? Okay, is Israel the ally of Faithful Word Baptist Church in the Middle East? Okay, is Israel just going to bat for Arizonans in the Middle East? What does that mean? They're our ally. You know what they really mean is that they're the ally of the U.S. military in the Middle East. Well, let me explain something to you. I don't give a rip about the interests of the U.S. military in the Middle East, because the U.S. military has no business being in the Middle East.
Boom. Can't believe he said it.
They're our ally in the Middle East. I think we're their ally in the Middle East. They're the one who has all the enemies around them. Sounds like we're their greatest ally. I don't see how they're our ally. I don't think we need them. I think that this friendship is a little bit one-sided. I think that we would just as soon just cut this friend loose.
It's not really a friend. It's more like master-servant at this point.
Today we face a new wave of this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, more than 80...
Who exactly is a Nazi? And what the fuck are you doing? Who is it? Who's the Nazi here? Is it the pastor calling out and condemning Israel, or is it Israel? You want to levy that label at someone in the present day circumstances. I don't know that it would be that pastor, if that's what you're talking about. What about this Nazi? Here's Marco Rubio. He actually is a Nazi. He's more of a Nazi than that pastor was. Cowboy Kitty, is everyone that you disagree with on social and cultural issues a Nazi? Is that what you're trying to say? Do you think that I know every single clip that I see on Twitter is like, you know, I got to know their entire backstory. I got to be researching pastors and making sure that all of their political stances are completely in line with mine, or else I can't watch this clip. Grow up.
80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your..."
That's exactly why we're here, Stephs. This is the vetting. The vetting is happening now. That's why we practice media literacy on this stream, as we all should be doing, because everything requires it. Every content, every piece of content, every clip, every source, you have to, echo chambers only. See, you get it. I know you were being facetious, but that's the whole point. Is we go through the slop, we parse it out, right? We don't have to agree with everything that a person has ever done in their entire lives or whatever other political stances they've had in the past in order to react to the content of one clip and understand the substance of that one clip and comment on it.
God now. A healthcare executive executed in cold blood in the streets. Multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president. And the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation. A man who happened to also be a husband and the father of 2 young children, shot and killed while speaking to a crowd of students.
The resurgence of political terrorism. This guy is the political terrorist of our age, Marco Rubio, and he's speaking at a conference called The Resurgence of Political Terrorism, and he's projecting.
This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can.
Who is he talking
Today
about
we face a
besides
new wave of
himself?
this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades.
Left-wing
Germany,
terrorist attacks.
Far-left violence has jumped by more than 40%
Far-left
in just the
violence.
last year alone. In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence...
Always a double standard to what they consider violence and what's democracy and what's terrorism and what's liberation, etc., etc. Andre tried to go to Gaza, but they didn't let him in. Let's take a look at this clip.
We broke into Gaza today, successfully. Just a few days left, you're very close.
Inshallah, we think that maybe 5 days, depending on the weather, 5 days, yeah.
Actually, as you're approaching from the sea, we are currently on the way to the Gaza border by land. We will attempt to do the same thing, but from the other side. We're attempting to do the same by land. Here's the Gaza border, and with a large contingent of activists, we're going to try to lift the siege, I guess.
Dang, so you can just walk right into Gaza. Behind that fence is Gaza. Wow. Run. That didn't work. Seems like God wanted that gate to be opened. You are forbidden. Stop the noticing. Managed to get into Gaza. Look at this. Wow. This guy is fashionable. Making a fashion statement.
Hey, what are you doing to him?
Like that gun could fucking just go off on accident. Wow. Itamar Greenberg.
The soldiers attacked us immediately, hurt a bunch of us. I possibly sprained my wrist. But of course, what they're doing to us and to the international activists are nothing compared to what they're doing to the Palestinians. And it is our responsibility, and it is your responsibility, to do everything in our power to break the siege and in order to end Israeli apartheid and the system of subjugation.
Good on him, man. He was responding to somebody saying, "You are a Jew hater. They should throw you in Gaza." Well, he tried to. He threw himself into Gaza, and look what they did. They said, "No, no, no, no politik here, no politik here." They're singing a song for Lindsey Graham. Unfortunately, Russia called Lindsey Graham home to God. And that was promised to Lindsey 3,000 years ago. You don't want to fuck with God's plan.
Elon Musk retweeted an attack against me because I visited the funeral of Sayyid Ali Khamenei in Tehran. The post said, 4 Americans visited the funeral of Khamenei and they're all communists who dedicate their lives to Palestine. So scary. Elon replied, said, wow, that's crazy. I also think it's a little crazy. I mean, 43 million people attended this funeral and you're telling me only 4 Americans were there? I mean, this is the largest, not just funeral in human history. This is probably the largest gathering of human beings in all of history, and there are only 4 Americans there. That's what's crazy to me. By the way, how many people do you think are going to attend the funeral of Lindsey Graham? I'm talking about like real human beings that have a soul, a spine, a heart, a brain. Probably 0. Probably just like some lizard people will be there. So I get it. I know that Elon is like a personal friend of Netanyahu and the people he retweets are all on the payroll of Israel and the US government. But like, is it that crazy that there are a few Americans at the largest gathering in human history? Is it that crazy that people want to pay their respects to the man that is crushing the same U.S. empire, which is oppressing all of my fellow American patriots at home? I don't think it's crazy at all. I think it's just crazy that there weren't more Americans there in the first place.
True. Stephen Miller says NSPM7 will lead to the debanking, defunding, and disruption of left-wing political terrorists that are operating in our country. NSPM7. Have you heard of this? What is that? Okay, NSPM7 is a national security presidential memorandum titled Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence, issued by President Trumpberg. It directs federal agencies, including the FBI and the IRS, to coordinate investigations into individuals and organizations, including nonprofits, accused of participating in or funding domestic terrorism and political violence. Hooray. Going after the real criminals here. Savvy Saz says, here it comes. They're trying to debank left-wing radicals. This is a direct attack on free speech.
President Trump issued a directive in our parlance. It's called...
Stop saying the Jews own the banks or else the Jews will debank you.
A National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM. NSPM 7, to be exact, that directs, for the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country.
What is wrong with this guy?
President Trump issued a
He's
directive
not right
in our parlance.
in the head.
It's called a National
The
Security
modern-day
Presidential
Goebbels.
Memorandum, or NSPM. NSPM
His mannerisms
7,
are just
to be
so
exact,
weird and autistic.
that directs, for the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt,
He's got the claw hand
identify,
going.
defund,
Debank,
arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country.
Pete Hegseth announces that the Pentagon will start offering steroids to its over 30 soldiers.
At the Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical...
But not the most elite military underneath the face of the earth. That would belong to Iran, right? Or maybe Hamas, because they're all hiding in tunnels and caves.
...and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter.
Always be anabolic steroids.
We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for
gonna be great for your health.
testosterone deficiency.
Testosterone deficiency.
Ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally
Yeah, we seen you hit a fucking gym.
under the supervision of our
Not looking
world-class
good.
medical professionals. Warfighters age 30 and older are going to be tested annually.
We've
as
seen
part of
this
their
guy bench press
periodic
before. It
health
is not
assessment.
good.
It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test.
Maybe he needs the
Those under
steroids. That's
30
what he's
can
trying to. He's projecting. He's diminished in his testosterone level as he's gotten older. We've seen him trying to do these bench presses. He needs help. He needs steroids. So now he's trying to make it into law.
Voluntarily choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capability.
So they're sanctioning gender reaffirming treatment for the U.S. military. That's nice.
Protecting your longevity and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation.
Medical care means you have access to steroids, but if you get like any sort of disease or whatever, you're kind of fucked.
Taking care of your long-term health means ensuring you remain strong, resilient, and capable, not just for your next deployment, but for the rest of your life, so you can thrive long after you take off the uniform.
Yeah, because steroids
As we
are
know,
always linked to human life longevity, of course, right?
the modern battlefield is brutal and unrelenting. It requires and demands maximum psychological and mental readiness. And by addressing these health markers early, we're keeping you on the leading edge of lethality and giving you the same level of support that you give this nation, the absolute best. Godspeed, keep going, and God bless.
All right. Drugged up American soldiers, what could possibly go wrong, says George Galloway. How is this even possible? This is from the Jerusalem Post. It says, did Jews invent spaghetti? The history of spaghetti might surprise you. It's surprisingly rich, and you may have just an origin, and it may just have an origin that may surprise you. Lots of mays in there in this headline. The Jews! Let's see. Did Jews invent spaghetti? Is this true? Nope. AI says it's not true. The Jews did not invent spaghetti. Croc, is this true? Is this real? I was actually just trying to find the actual post. Is that a real post from Jerusalem? Jerusalem Post. No, I didn't find a Jerusalem Post about them inventing spaghetti, but I did find a Jerusalem Post about Jews inventing pizza. Everybody know the Jews, man. They're like a spicy meatball. This is the same language as the spaghetti article. Oh God, that's such a reach. I don't even think I want to dignify it by actually reading that article. Look at this. You got to feel for this guy. He says, or feel for us, really, because this applies to all of us. This is why I reposted it. It says, my wife and I got into it last night about the grocery bill. Is it grocery or is it grocery? I'm not sure. Pulled up an old Target order from February of 2020. They bought 28 items for $64.50. This guy added every single one of those items back to the cart just to see how much they would cost today. The same 28 items cost now $158.30. Same store, same cart, same 28 items, $93.80 more. In 5 years, we didn't buy more, we didn't upgrade anything, we didn't add a single extra item. Just needed the same things we always needed. They told us inflation was transitory. They told us it was under control. They told us the economy was strong. Well, strong for who? Our cart didn't get any of those memos. 145% increase in 5 years. Not one member of Congress has looked at a grocery receipt in decades, and it shows. That's powerful right there. That tells you a lot. Meanwhile, in Argentina, they have a moneyless, classless society. Marx could have never predicted that Argentina would be the first moneyless, classless society. It's a joke, but Argentina's currency is becoming almost worthless is the actual story. Now, $1 US is equal to 1,483 Argentine pesos. So the Argentinian peso is nearly worthless. But my broke ass is going to Argentina now to become a millionaire and dunk on those racists. Boom. I like that meme right there. All right. How's everybody doing? We're just getting started here. Don't forget to tap the like. All right.
When they say they need the surveillance and the broken encryption just for the good guys, just for law enforcement, here's another recent piece of evidence of why that's a BS argument. SFPD just got caught using these drones as surveillance, but then leaking the footage, like really high-powered drones. If you go to this Skydio website, it's like they're not even trying to be a hobbyist drone. All of the testimonials are people in uniform being like, look how much you can zoom in and track this person's face from like a mile up. And the legend, Sam Curry and some other research partners found links to this footage just open on the internet. You might remember Sam for hacking the TSA and putting himself on the known crew member list or hacking into cars. I've covered him a bunch, legend. But he worked with Wired, who did a bunch of like awesome actual journalistic stuff and tracked down a bunch of the footage that they had access to via this wide open link. And these links had absolutely no authentication on them. Skydio has a bunch of software on it, and the people can create permalinks. You know, like people are getting in trouble with this with like ChatGPT right now. You can click like share chat and it creates a permalink and it gets like sucked up by Google. And then your private chat is like on Google because there's a permalink. Well, same thing. It's using these ready links, but to drone footage. And then it got sucked up by some threat intelligence software by Alien Vault that a bunch of security researchers use to like see what's floating around on the internet. Well, Sam knew what this drone footage URL should look like, started digging through and found a bunch of wide open links with no auth on them. Wired reaches out to SFPD.
I need more context for
SFPD's
this.
like, this is for,
What is
when they
this
say
about?
they need the surveillance and the broken encryption just for the good guys, just for law enforcement. Here's another.
A leak of San Francisco police drone footage exposes the new reality of urban surveillance. The SFPD's exposure of hours of videos from drone platform Skydio reveals how broadly it's watching the city from above and how the results can spill
Recent piece
online.
of evidence of why that's a BS argument. SFPD just got caught using these drones as surveillance, but then leaking the footage, like really high-powered drones. If you go to this Skydio website, it's like they're not even trying to be a hobbyist drone. All of the testimonials are people in uniform being like, look how much you can zoom in and track this person's face from like a mile up. And the legend, Sam Curry and some other research partners found links to this footage just open on the internet. You might remember Sam for hacking the TSA and putting himself on the known crew member list or hacking into cars. I've covered him a bunch, legend. But he worked with Wired, who did a bunch of like awesome actual journalistic stuff and tracked down a bunch of the footage that they had access to via this wide open link. And these links had absolutely no authentication on them. Skydio is like has a bunch of software on it, and the people can create permalinks. You know, like people are getting in trouble with this with like ChatGPT right now. You can click like share chat and it creates a permalink and it gets like sucked up by Google. And then your private chat is like on Google because there's a permalink. Well, same thing. It's using these ready links, but to drone footage. And then it got sucked up by some threat intelligence software by Alien Vault that a bunch of security researchers use to like see what's floating around on the internet. Well, Sam knew what this drone footage URL should look like, started digging through and found a bunch of wide open links with no auth on them. Wired reaches out to SFPD. SFPD's like, this is for official police business only, and these hackers are out here using unauthorized access, improperly obtained. And Sam is like, what are you talking about? We didn't hack anything. We just clicked the freaking link. It was wide open. And these things are like zooming into people's apartments. Sam's like, this feels weird. There was footage of like 10 minutes following these guys around, thinking that they're like part of some auto boost strip thing, and then they were just going to play basketball. One of the standout quotes here is that in none of the footage did anyone ever look up. And you know, like when like a drone is like chasing someone down, it's pretty loud, and they're like, they know that they're being chased. No one ever looked up. These things are small, quiet, and high up there on both thermal cam and visual. They can zoom way in. And of course they have freaking AI on board they're saying it's for navigation to like avoid power lines, but you know that they're doing it to identify people's faces and stuff too. Sam's like, this just felt creepy, man. You're watching someone from high above. They have no idea they're being watched. They're not doing anything wrong. This felt creepy.
Creepy, but not surprising in the least.
Good morning.
Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez announced that they have officially recognized the state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital.
I would like to inform you that at the meeting of the Council of Ministers that
They already did that, didn't they?
held today, the government of Spain will approve the official recognition of Palestine as a state. With this decision,
Well, it took you long
Spain
enough.
joins the more than 140 countries that already recognize Palestine. This is a historic decision that has a single goal: to contribute to achieving peace between Israelis and Palestinians.
Israelis and Palestinians.
Who do you work for, Director?
President of the United States.
No,
You work for the
You
American
work-
people.
for the people of the United States. You take an oath to the people of this country.
Yeah,
you should be
bitch.
fired because
You
you
should
work
be
for the
fired,
people,
bitch.
not the president. None of us work for the president. Why do you think the agency was created? Because of the president?
Yeah,
Congress
you fucking
created
idiot.
the agency because of the awful financial distress that had happened on our American people. You can blink your eyes all you want. Last year, Americans lost roughly $16 billion to fraud. 25% increase from 2024 on your watch. The highest level on record on your watch. In fact, CFPB has received more consumer complaints in 14 months than in the first 14 years of its existence. Your watch. In May, CFPB deleted more than 2,000 pages from its website. These include consumer advisories,
Nope.
blog posts. You didn't do it?
Nope.
You didn't do it? Nope.
We overhauled our website.
Okay, how is CFPB adhering to congressional mandated consumer protection mission by removing consumer education and other materials from its website?
Yeah.
We did not remove
Russell.
materials from the website. We put it in an archive
So you didn't
section
remove
of
the Know
website.
Your Right, you archived the Know Your Rights for veterans? You archived it?
We archived the
You
policies
archived
of
the Know Your Rights, Russell, for veterans. You guys can get all upset all you want. He doesn't work for the president. He doesn't work for Zelle or Walmart. He works for the people of the United States.
Well,
shame on you. On your watch, complaints are up. You literally took money away from pockets of our residents. You can blink all you want. Your legacy will be the fact that people got hurt under your watch because you think you work for the president and not the people.
Okay, what was that about now? Russell. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. We got the president speaking. Fuck. I know. You guys are probably pissed that I missed this.
Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned.
This is live.
These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years,
China meddled in the 2020
Americans were
election?
blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups.
Get some water,
have
old
the
man.
capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots
This guy's 80
of our
years
country.
old.
The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela.
Didn't he lose by such a wide margin that it could not be explained by saying that the voting machines were hacked or something?
That's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went.
Sounds pretty
This
American to me.
intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization,
This is so
corrupt
boring.
group in Muskegon, and were so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, long time ago.
Are we streaming?
But it was just completed.
We're live?
A few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and
Chinagate.
we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought,
More fear mongering.
we can never be hacked.
It
and
just
we can
means that,
never-
you know, it just means that whatever he's accusing China of doing, that's what the Trump administration is doing. And that's what they want to do. And they want to continue doing.
watch a stolen
But they need a
election
boogeyman.
again. Senators and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing
All right,
to
ones in the chat if I should keep watching this. Twos if you want me to do something else, watch something else.
fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions
leave
to
it.
help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those
Okay.
elections to be honest.
The twos have it.
I've
huh?
also ordered
Three.
DHS to notify every state about
Two, get the fuck outta
non-citizens
here.
on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all
Four.
ineligible voters from the lists immediately.
All right, let's see Robert
We are
Pape
on the
then.
Titanic. We saw an
Let's get some
iceberg. Everybody said,
context.
don't hit that iceberg. And we're still going to the iceberg. We are going to likely have ground operations on the coast of Iran. I would say this is 70% likely.
Classic Ryan cheer. Death to America.
Trump is going to become Herbert Hoover for sure. For sure.
Hoover's name. Remember, that's kind of funny to me because Donald Trump, in an interview, expressed fear about becoming the next Herbert Hoover, who presided over the Great Depression.
is associated with poverty and misery in the United States. So you think this reinvigorated war creates a new global depression? Yalda is away for today's
Let's
episode,
skip
but
this a little
hopefully
bit
we'll be
and
back
get
together
to
for
the
next week.
actual
And I have a lot to share for you this week about my recent trip.
Here we go. Just get on with the goddamn interview, you know?
And joining us now to talk about
Finally.
Iran, where this war is going, is a professor at the University of Chicago. He is the founding director of the Chicago Project on Security and Threats, author of Bombing to Win, Air Power and Coercion in War. We now have Professor Robert Pape joining us to discuss the Iran war.
Robert Pape smear.
Great to have you on.
Thanks for having me, Richard.
So where do you think this war is right now, and where is it going? Do you think it's been a failure? I just got back from Iran, where the Iranian government is touting this as a huge success. They believe they won the war, and they're trying to get the Iranian people to rally behind their victory and hold on to the leverage they've achieved, and we can break down each one of those things. How do you assess the conflict before we get into it?
Well, there's no doubt that the United States and Israel have failed strategically to this point. They have been tactically successful in the sense of bombs hitting targets, bombs killing leaders, bombs destroying missile launchers. But strategically, they have failed because Iran controls Hormuz. And what you are now seeing is the stage of the war where the United States is trying to reverse the defeat. That's what's occurring. That's what's in front of us. Now, this is tragic, but fully predictable, Richard. So I have been modeling the bombing of Iran for 20 years. 3 days before
Modeling the
February
bombing of Iran for
28th
20
war
years.
started, I opened up a Substack called The Escalation Trap, where I put out the 3 stages of the escalation trap that was going to unfold over the next 6 months or a year.
And do you think we're in that escalation trap now?
Oh, for sure. We're in it now and have been for a while. Some of us just didn't know that. So stage 1 is the opening where bombs would hit targets, bombs would kill leaders, bombs would hit missile sites, but the Iran regime would not collapse. It would stiffen. And that would lead to then stage 2, which is Iran would grow stronger and take Hormuz. What this would be is Iran would now control Hormuz and would become the rising regional hegemon. And also, I published a piece in the New York Times on April 4th that Iran, if over the next year and a half, if that continued, would become the 4th center of world power. And so there's a whole lot underneath that. But now what happened after stage 2, where Iran controlled Hormuz, we of course tried punishment attacks. So I've been studying punishment campaigns with air power, economic sanctions, blockades for 30 years. I've taught for the U.S. Air Force and also advised every White House.
So where are we now?
We are now knocking on stage 3. We're about to go to what are limited ground options and more aggressive efforts to take Hormuz back. This is what the repositioning of the forces have been in the last 2 weeks. It's not just general repositioning. This is what the bombing patterns have been in the last few weeks. This is suppression bombing to get prepared for more aggressive ground options here. Now, it's not that President Trump has signed the order for the ground options, and I'm sure there's still hope that he can get ships through the southern passage of Hormuz and avoid the ground options. But this is not a situation where this is iffy and we're doing pretext anymore. Notice there's not even the pretense of negotiations anymore.
And so are you saying that the U.S. and maybe Israel are going to have to relaunch the war again to try and do what they didn't do the first time and make this a victorious war?
Yes, and it'll be a bigger, worse war. So this is not a situation where we're relaunching the old war. So a lot of the media now is saying, well, are we going back to March and April? No, this will be much worse than that.
We're not just restarting the car again.
We're not restarting the car. We're going to take the car and we're going to focus it in a different direction. And effectively, Richard, you will probably know that in April, the Pentagon, they did a classified study of what would happen if we tried to retake Hormuz. And they said it would be a 6-month war. So if your listeners will Google that, they'll see the New York Times story in April that a 6-month war is likely coming here. Now, there'll be good days. There'll be bad. There'll be bad. There'll be good weeks. But this is not a situation where this is going to be over and we're about to end this in just a day or two. What's going on is a fundamental zero-sum disagreement about who will control the Strait of Hormuz. Is it going to be Iran that will control it, in which case they will become the 4th center of world power?
I believe they call that irreconcilable differences.
About a year and a half, the dominant state in the Persian Gulf and in the Middle East, or is it going to be America, in which case Iran will go back to becoming the declining power? Hormuz is not just about some tolls. This is more than that. It's geopolitics of the first order and changing the balance of power in the region and really around the world. The second problem he's got is the opinion polls here are out, and MAGA is not supporting the idea of the MOU. Trump needs MAGA to turn out in droves. And if Trump owns the L, Richard, then he will be the loss that puts it on his chest the way the Iranians want him to own it. Then he will be the loser, and he will be the lamest of lame ducks even before the midterms.
What does the 6 month look like?
We are going to likely have ground operations unfold where we're actually on the coast of Iran. I would say this is...
So we're going towards a global depression then.
70% likely.
And wouldn't they immediately come under attack? So let's say a bunch of U.S. Marines take these beachheads or these islands and hold
stupid,
them.
Man.
And they're going to be constantly attacked.
So many American soldiers are going to die needlessly. Just like so many civilians in the Middle East have died needlessly.
A lengthy post explaining why is Trump escalating if everybody says he won't because of the midterms. Because this is what everybody has been saying for months. He wouldn't possibly do this.
And that's counterintuitive. The gut instinct in America and other places is that he's dialing this down and will try and dial this down into the midterm. You're saying, no.
No, I'm saying this is what's happening right now. This week, next week, we're knocking on the door of this now, not in November. And it's about politics here, Richard. This isn't just, I don't just study military bombs hitting targets. The escalation trap is about how military action impacts politics.
What's the trap part?
Remember a few weeks ago when Trump signed the MOU, he said, our oil is going to run out in 4 weeks, and I don't want to become Herbert Hoover. Well, Trump signed the MOU, and the oil did not open. Now, we can argue why Hormuz didn't open, but those oil inventories, Richard, are running down on the same rate as before. Trump is going to become Herbert Hoover for sure. For sure.
Hoover's name is associated with poverty and misery in the United States.
That's exactly right. And it's because it was a global depression as well. It wasn't only in the United States. And what you are seeing here is there is real risk. And I'm not I don't think the economy, nobody really knows how bad it's going to get. But everybody knows that it's a matter of how bad. It's not bad. So as those oil inventories
It's already bad for most of us. So, what's worse?
Down as Hormuz remains closed, all of our buffers, our spare gas that we kept in the garage to run the car if it ran out of gas, that's gone, Richard. So what's happening is the world's economy really is getting closer and closer to going off a cliff. It could happen in the middle of August, according to the best experts.
Do you think
I've
this
seen.
reinvigorated war creates a new global depression?
It's the other way around. It's going to look that way here to a lot of people, Richard. But the reality is Trump's anticipating that. I think this is what he told us 2 weeks ago. He was very forthright. He said, I will sign the MOU because I don't want there to be a Great Depression and I'll become Herbert Hoover. And then J.D. Vance gave long interviews where he said Trump told us to use the MOU to refill the oil inventories. It didn't happen, which means the world's economy is like the ship on the Titanic hitting the iceberg. We are on the Titanic. We saw an iceberg and everybody said, don't hit that iceberg. And we're still going to the iceberg. And now everybody's saying, what are we going to do? And also, to be clear, Richard, I would not advise the president to be doing this, restarting this war, go down this road. I am not advocating this. You just came back from Iran. So the problem with the punishment campaigns that we inflicted on Iran is they were always going to stimulate large amounts of nationalist revenge. That's what happened when Nazi Germany bombed London in World War II. That's why the British firebombed German cities. This was not some accident. Okay, they wanted payback. And they wanted to kill 1,900,000 German civilians. That's in the operational plans of Churchill. So this was not some accident that happened. And what you're seeing here in Iran is the revenge factor is coming fast and furious. And then when the Americans are killed, the American public will not back away. They will become more incensed themselves. And I've been warning about this for months on podcasts. People kept thinking, well, if there's some American casualties, this will make America pull back even more, right? No.
So what's stage 4?
Stage 4 is where we pull back. This is where President Trump tried to go initially here with the MOU. He was essentially saying to Iran, if you'll just let the straits open here, give me a fig leaf here, some way I can have a face-saving way out, I'll sort of pull back. I'll even let you keep some of your uranium, enriched uranium. Notice what he was talking about there as holding out the carrots. Well, what that is allowing Iran to rise as the rising regional power. That's what stage 4 is. But that was always a tension. So once you're at stage 2, there's a fork in the road. Either you do stage 3, which is you take Hormuz back, or you do stage 4, where you allow Iran to become the fourth center of world power. And what Trump did is he kind of dabbled with stage 4, but he couldn't really bring himself to own the loss. That would mean, because it would mean he would become not Herbert Hoover, but Lyndon Johnson, the president during the Vietnam War, who was embarrassed so much we can't even remember his name for failing in Vietnam. So these were President Trump's choices. Does he want to become Herbert Hoover or Lyndon Johnson? But Iran is not a pipsqueak power. So I'm often hearing on the media, well, this is a big power, United States against a small power. Iran's, as you know, 92 million people. They've got satellites. The idea that we're still talking about Iran as a pipsqueak power here is only setting the public up for not really understanding what's coming. And the problem here is that, got to keep in mind, the Iran-Iraq war, Iran went on for 8 long years, hundreds of thousands of dead here. This was a grinding war of attrition here. And so the idea that Iran's just going to be scared of President Trump's tweets here, this is just not realistic. We're knocking on the door of stage 3, and that door is starting to actually open.
To re-win a loss with more power and a slightly different strategy. With Israel or alone?
Oh, Israel could come in on multiple different ways. We're going to do what we did in 2003, which is what we're doing right now, is telling them to stay out. The problem for Israel is Iran's not going to let them stay out, you see. So this is not necessarily just up to Israel. See, we keep pretending, Richard, we're in control. No, we lost control on Feb 28. The first bomb that hit and killed that supreme leader, that's when Trump lost control. And he's been trying to get control back for 5 months ever since. And he's not gotten it back yet. And that's what's going on in the escalation trap.
I've just realized we need to talk more often. I'm glad you've got a big and loyal following on Substack. It sounds like you got a very active group there, and you have a community of people who are engaged.
Okay, we're in stage 3, allegedly. Stage 4 incoming. Who's ready for stage 4? Who's ready for stage 3?
And has been a leader in this field. He is a deputy chief of staff and one of the key advisors to President Trump.
Let's see if Trump still... No, we don't want to do that, right? We voted on it.
Successful, as an example, in swaying votes in certain states and certain
now
communities.
All the talking heads are
I haven't seen it, but...
talking about it. Let's see. Let's go back to the Discord. I don't want to watch that Stephen Miller clip. We saw a little bit of it, and that was enough for me, Raven's Tongue. Unless there's something in there that you really wanted us to check out. Here's a clip from More Perfect Union.
Is it Right, that those making under $184,500, their effective payroll tax rate is roughly 12.4%?
That's right. The statutory rate is 6.2%, but consensus view is that the employee pays, basically the employer cost is passed on to the employee, and so the employee basically faces a rate of 12.4%.
For anybody
That's
earning
capitalism for you.
140,000.
It's like all the costs are offloaded onto the employees, of course.
1,500. What is the effective payroll tax for someone making $1 million a year?
So they would pay the 12.4% on that first $185,000 roughly, and then would not pay additional tax on labor income above that amount. And so that math would work out to about 2.2%.
Okay, so 12.4% for someone under 184.5. A millionaire would be about 2.2. What if you're a billionaire like Trump or Musk? Your Social Security tax would be effectively, on my understanding?
Very, very much smaller.
0.0002.
Yes.
That just doesn't make sense
Yeah,
to me.
it doesn't really make
And when
much
the
sense, does
richest
it?
people in the country have the smallest effective tax rate, that does not seem to me like a very fair system, especially when we are now 6 years away from retired workers facing this 24% cut in their Social Security benefits.
That's not Miss Rachel, y'all. That is a Trump supporter dressed up as Miss Rachel to bash Miss Rachel and to lie on her name. Trump supporters are trying to cancel Miss Rachel because she cares about kids who are dying in Gaza. Do you understand how sick and twisted you gotta be to lie and hate on Miss Rachel? This MAGA nutcase dressed up as Miss Rachel to bully her and make fun of her. This is what MAGA thinks is funny.
Today's
Look at
letter
that
is
Ashkenazi schnoz.
M.
It's a dead giveaway. Miss Rachel ain't got that schnoz on her.
For Mom Johnny. Yay!
MAGA is so
fucking ugly ass nose.
Obsessed with Ma'am Dummy. It's disgusting. MAGA is truly sick in the head.
Mom Donnie is brown, right? Which is better than white. Good.
Another Chosenite trying to incite a race war between the browns and the whites.
MAGA is trying to make Miss Rachel out to be a racist simply because she cares about Palestinian kids who are dying.
Yep.
The crazy part about this is
It's about kids dying. It doesn't matter what color their skin is. Children should not be blown up by missiles.
if an actual kid comes across this video and actually thinks that this is Miss Rachel talking like this. I bet this idiot who made this video lying on Miss Rachel didn't think about that.
If Timmy has 2 houses and DeAndre has 9,
DeAndre.
what should Timmy
This
do?
racist shit.
I know. Give him his houses, right?
Huh? What is wrong with these people? They have really lost their minds. No Miss Rachel slander will be tolerated. These people are sick. Do you understand how lame that was? Whoever this idiot is that made this video making fun of Miss Rachel, I just want you to know you are a classless clown. MAGA wants to cancel Miss Rachel because she defended Muslim kids after they were attacked by Trump on social media for wearing hijabs at a kindergarten graduation. MAGA also wants to cancel Miss Rachel because she cares about kids who are dying in Palestine. Imagine hating someone and wanting to cancel them because they care about children who are dying. Do y'all understand how evil that is? MAGA also hates Miss Rachel because she posted something to celebrate Pride Month. MAGA claims to be Christians, but they act more like the devil. Hating on Miss Rachel and trying to slander her name is evil dirtbag behavior.
Yup. Protect Miss Rachel at all costs. She's a patriot. She's a hero. Maybe patriot is the wrong word.
Yeah, free Palestine.
Oh, yeah. We saw that already. IDF honeypot. Let's see. Gen Z genocide propaganda. Noah Sampson.
I found a weird guy. He's actually a really cool guy, though, and very handsome, and super sexy and super famous. His name's Clavicular. He's a look-smaxing streamer who can be found smashing his skull with a hammer to fix his jawline, singing Heil Hitler in the club, and taking trips to Israel, to Tel Aviv, where it seems like people really love him.
I love you very much, and I so appreciate you.
Hey, Clive, you're the king of Israel. I love you.
Welcome to Israel, man.
Hey, how are you, man?
I'm amazing, bro.
Nice
Welcome home.
This Clavicular guy, he's a very famous streamer. He's getting profiled by GQ and the New York Times. And he decided, for one reason or another, to take a trip to Israel and do what's called an IRL live stream, where you just stream yourself walking around and doing stuff IRL. And it seems
it's amazing what you can do, what avenues will open up to you when you're funded by Peter Thiel.
Like, part of the mission statement of this trip,
just because Peter Thiel wants to fuck you,
is to let everyone know how awesome Tel Aviv is.
Yeah, it's been a really good time so far. We've just been in Tel Aviv for the past few days, but everything's been great.
Dude, a lot of people hate Israel because they've never been here, so I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite part?
But have you been?
Honestly, the view from my hotel is magnificent, of the Mediterranean Sea.
How the nightlife is so fun. How the Israeli women are so beautiful. And the Israeli house music is just bumping. The way he does this is very interesting. First of all, by finding a girlfriend. This young lady right here, she's just some lady who happens to run the social media pages of the IDF.
Perfect. On the Instagram. I don't have it on my phone.
She's got the IDF login on her TikTok. You were in the IDF? He was in the army. Yeah. Oh shit.
I'm in the army. How big is the army in Israel?
Everyone's
Where's
in
your
the
gun?
army in Israel.
They didn't give me one.
They didn't give you a gun? Too short for a gun?
But I run the social media, which is really cool.
You do the IDF social media.
The trends, TikToks.
Can you post me on it?
Yes, that's right. All the young blonde women hanging out with them, they're all in the IDF too, participating in the mass killing of 80,000 people just a few miles south of where they're at. Clavicular and this nice Nazi soldier lady are having so many cute moments together.
No rating.
Why is everyone here American? It's crazy.
They're not. There's really. What do you mean they're speaking Hebrew?
Some of the interactions this guy has with the women on the stream are just so brutal to watch. They're really difficult. I'm going to play some now, and I'm sorry.
That's hot. No, keep it there.
Thank you, brother.
You definitely... Are those real?
Why are you asking this question?
Why are you asking these questions?
I'm sorry. I would have sex with you. Is that enough?
No,
of a rating?
no.
It's a binary equation.
Number.
Would I fuck you or not?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Zero.
5, 6.
It's a 0 or a 1. It's binary. Would I fuck you or not? I would fuck you in every single area of your body. I asked her. I was like, how did you get out of the IDF like army obligations? I was like, did you go like this? I was like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? She was in the army.
Oh. A lot of the discussion around Clavicular's trip to Israel is about whether or not he's being paid by the Israeli state to come promote Tel Aviv and make it seem normal. And there's some evidence to suggest this. I feel like one of the first people him meeting being a literal IDF soldier who runs the IDF social media accounts is a pretty big one. And that he apparently met with Topaz Luck, who is the top media consultant for Benjamin Netanyahu. But I think there's reason to be skeptical. In an interview, he implies that he is being paid by some mystery benefactor.
Are you self-funding?
Peter Thiel, maybe?
Paid for your flights? Who's paying for this?
Those are questions you don't want to ask. So that's confidential, you know?
Okay.
But right afterwards, he also says that he's just trying to make a clippable moment for his chat.
Okay, understood. That's obviously going to raise way more questions, like with your
Yeah, I just said that because it's a viral clip. I actually don't even know.
I can guarantee you that there's no government involved, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
No government money.
Yeah, no government money.
He admits to meeting with these big-time officials, but the reason he gives is that these officials wanted to know how Netanyahu could look smacks.
They said, hey, Bibi's been having a lot of trouble with humanizing himself to the younger generation. They think he's too old and out of shape. Would you want to do like a gym stream with him or something like that? And if I had any ideas about like his fitness thing, because he's getting into sports or something. And I was like, sure, man, I'd be happy to help.
So obviously it seems like, you know, not everything he says is 100% serious. He also fairly candidly asks about the $7,000 payments they're doing.
Don't they pay people $7,000 to like post for Israel? Is that true? How do I get that?
What are you talking about?
I thought that was like a campaign.
She's like,
Or
I'm
in the
just
stream,
so
he makes
happy to
multiple
be
references
here.
to Gaza.
I swear this is the one place you can leave something and it won't get stolen.
What about Gaza?
That's the next stop.
Oh yeah, we're
Talking about objects, you know.
We're
like
going to
a
the Gaza
phone
Strip
and-
tomorrow. Well, we should do it after we get out of the after we get out of this entrapment here. This is the Gaza Strip.
That's also something I assume would be on the blacklist of things to discuss if it was a strict Israeli propaganda trip. Shira Braun, the IDF soldier lady, no relation to Eva Braun. I'm saying spiritually, though, definitely. But she was actually punished by the IDF and removed from her post for hanging out with Clavicular. And the reason for that is Clavicular's Heil Hitler thing.
This was Clavicular 6 months ago, partying in a club in Miami to Heil Hitler with people like Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, etc., etc. Now he's in Israel.
Which is something interesting. It's kind of exposed a bit of a rift in the Israeli mindset. The older generation is more averse to the Heil Hitler thing.
What's wrong with apologizing about singing Heil Hitler?
No, this interview is over.
Just apologize.
Why don't you apologize to me for? Why don't you apologize?
I need to apologize?
Why don't you apologize to me for wasting my time?
Why are you
Thank
afraid to
very much.
apologize?
Obviously, these news anchors don't actually really care about genocidal maniacs because all of them are that just for Palestinians. But the younger generation is seemingly willing to look past it because they know just how bad the public image situation is for Israel right now, worse than it's ever been. So they'll take what they can get.
The thing is,
Ugh,
we can't
God, not
ignore
her.
that this guy
Not
has enormous
that,
influence.
not it.
I don't like
This
it,
creature.
but he is one of the leading voices with the next generation online, where we are getting crushed in the digital war.
Clavicular told me the trip wasn't political. Israel was simply trending, and therefore, in his words, an undeniably good idea. And he also said that the country was
They're
nothing
trending.
like what people are saying it is on TikTok. And what exactly has impressed him the
The
most?
Nazis are trending.
The women. All these women are good looking, he told me. So far, he spent the trip shopping in Tel Aviv, partying at a beachfront club, and is planning an event at a local gym for Monday. Honestly, I think that this is a pretty progressive
Despicable.
outlook in which he is an equal opportunity partier. He says he's there
an
because it's
opportunist.
kind of fun, and the women are beautiful, according to him. So, again, he says it's not about politics.
Everything
It's about
is.
having a good time. And he says
It's always
he's having
about
one
politics.
in Israel.
And that's another thing Clavicular keeps referring to over and over is the fact that he's not a political guy and that this trip is not a political statement.
Anything in
Just
Israel
his
or
own
relating to
ignorance.
Israel is going to be political, but the women in Tel Aviv are absolutely gorgeous. You know, it's really just me traveling to a different place, like having a good time. It's nothing political about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
When clearly he's aware of what Israel's doing. Like he understands the problem, at least at a subconscious level, but for some reason thinks if he's randomly alluding to making yourself look hotter, then that just cancels itself out and none of that is actually happening. And he's aware that showing people how awesome Israel is doing them a huge favor. But ultimately, if the Israeli government actually did pay for Clavicular's trip to Israel, then that's a very good thing because it shows just how desperate they are, that they'll throw money at something that obviously does not have any real significant propaganda effect.
We came here to explore Tel Aviv and kind of show that it's a really fun city, and you know, because there's a lot of misconceptions about it. Like, you know, when you look up on TikTok about Mykonos or Ibiza or all the frequented summer spots for the popular European summer, you see a bunch of tourist things like, you know, clubs and great things about the city to do. But when you look up Israel, obviously it's just a lot of stuff about, like, you know, war and stuff like that. When the reality is it's a very fun city. So good to show everyone that, you know, this is the real reality of Tel Aviv.
You know, aren't we always saying that we...
The reason that Tel Aviv is so fun, though, is because, I mean, you know, everything is because they dispossessed an entire population of their society. So you can't have one without the other in this case. Israel's flourishing as a tourist destination has everything to do with its deprivation of Palestinian human rights.
We would love to bring AOC or Mamdani or Bella Hadid to Israel so they could see the reality with their own eyes. So why wouldn't we take that opportunity here? You know, in fact, if Nick Fuentes, if Hassan Piker, even if Zoran Mamdani was willing to come to Israel, I would roll out the red carpet and lead that tour myself. But the truth is, they always decline to come, because deep down they already know the truth. And they know that seeing Israel first.
Yeah, they do know the truth, that Israel is committing a genocide and it's an apartheid state.
Firsthand undermines the narrative that their platforms depend on.
The issue the world has with Israel isn't that Tel Aviv is boring or scary from war. Nobody wants to go to Tel Aviv. It doesn't need tourism promo. The issue is the genocide thing, the mass slaughter, the starvation facilitated at the hands of all of the people in this video. And if the goal is to show that Israel's like a progressive place, then the fact that Clavicular is there and likes it, it's not super great evidence, I feel like.
I would have sex with you. Is that enough in every single area of your body?
And so I feel like if Israel brought him here and because they love him, that's not good. That's not a good thing for your country. If the people that love genocide love you, that's bad for you. But it will boost his social media numbers. That's how it is now. You just do crazy shit, do controversial shit, and keep it moving, and you make money. So I don't know what to tell you. That's what I found this week. And now you know about it. And
I wish I hadn't, because I don't really care about Clavicular, but we have to notice things, don't we? All right, let's move on. We did see that one yesterday. Let's see. The average American needs to know that 1, data centers are the best thing that's happened to you since fossil fuels. 2, all of the alleged problems with data centers are either fake
I'm known
or
for
solvable.
helping popularize fossil fuels, and data centers are the new fossil fuels. There's something where people are just looking at the negatives and not the positives, and they're being catastrophist or defeatist instead of solutionist. I mean, what American situation reminds me of is all the
complaining about the data centers.
people I've talked about in the poor world. You have 3 billion people who have very little electricity, who know nothing of what it's like to have abundant energy. Well, you still have 300 million Americans, more or less, who know nothing about what it's like to have access to abundant intelligence. I know a lot of really rich people since I'm in energy, and guess what they have access to? They have access to and spend.
Look at this guy's name. The guy's name is Alex Epstein. Nice try, Epstein. Look at that face. He's an Epsteinite. I should have known. Center for Industrial Progress, the founder of the Center for Industrial
And lots of money on huge amounts of intelligence. They have custom medical advisors. They have custom tutors. And this enables huge benefits for them and their families that most people...
I don't think anybody named Epstein should be the founder or CEO of anything these days.
Can't even imagine. Well, what these data centers...
Is that racist of me?
...are doing is they're making this accessible to everybody. So, I have a 2-year-old and an 8-month-old. By the time they're school age, they'll have access to Genius tutors that will be basically free. I already have access to Genius medical advice that can be life-saving or certainly life-improving. Like, these data centers are unbelievable, and the average American needs to know, hey, these things are the best thing that ever happened to you.
Imagine walking around the earth with that face. That you're stuck with that face for your entire life. Man, that's hard. That's tough.
It's fossil fuels. And number 2, that all of the alleged problems with them are either made up or sometimes they're real, but they're solvable. So if we take a solutionist attitude toward this and don't let the defeatists win,
you can see the sociopathy on his face.
Can have an amazing future with AI. If we don't, then guess what? We're going to be a lot poorer than we need to be. A lot of people lack access to opportunity. And absolutely, it's a national security risk with respect to China.
Oh, and yeah, of course, China. We got to do this because of China.
What if I told you there is a secret society at Yale that is quietly bringing together future senators, future governors, Pentagon officials, CEOs, media personalities, Israeli politicians, and some of the most connected people in Washington, and almost nobody has ever heard of it? I'm not talking about Skull and Bones. I'm talking about a much newer organization called Shabtai. It's secretive. Membership is confidential. Members are admitted for life. It hosts private dinners behind closed doors with a strict no phones policy. And according to its own founders, its purpose is to cultivate the next generation of Jewish leaders. And according to their own website, quote, Shabtai is the global Jewish leadership society based at Yale University. Now, throughout their public materials and invitations, they repeatedly describe their purpose as grooming the future leaders of the Jewish people. Except what's particularly interesting is that many of the known members are not Jewish. Now, you might think, okay, so what? But then you start looking at who founded it, who finances it, who speaks there, who belongs to it, and suddenly you realize This isn't just another college club. It's an elite network filled with highly influential people who are young, up and coming, and whose stated goal is to lead the Jewish people, whatever that means. Now, this is a network that connects Israeli political figures and American politicians from both parties, military officials, billionaire donors, media personalities, Silicon Valley executives, and yes, even Jeffrey Epstein appears in the story. And before anyone says this is some conspiracy theory, it isn't. Almost everything I'm going to show you today comes from their own public statements, archived websites, court filings, and the Epstein documents themselves. So let's walk through what we actually know. So what exactly is Shabtai? Now, according to the organization itself, it is a secret society founded at Yale University in 1996. Now, when most people hear the word secret society, they probably think of old movies and mysterious rituals or Skull and Bones, but Shabtai is different. It is much newer. It is much less well known. And despite that, it has quietly built a network that stretches across politics, academia, media, business, and even foreign governments. And unlike a typical student organization, Shabtai doesn't just exist while students are enrolled. Membership is for life. The organization accepts only a small number of new members every year. Its meetings are private. Phones aren't allowed. Many discussions are never recorded. The organization says its purpose is to bring together exceptional people for conversation and leadership development, which is, fairly common language. But what's uncommon is who shows up. And we're going to get to that in a minute. Because once you begin looking at the people surrounding this organization, you start realizing this isn't simply a campus club. It is an elite network that is still very much prominent, involved, and with many politicians you even know. So now, why Yale? Well, that's simple. If your goal is to cultivate relationships with future leaders, Yale is one of the best places on earth to do it. So just think about some of the people who've walked through those gates. 5 U.S. presidents graduated from Yale. William Howard Taft,
George W.
Gerald Ford,
Bush.
George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush. For decades, nearly every presidential election featured at least one Yale graduate on the ticket. So either the president or the vice president for, I believe, the last 36 years has been a Yale grad. Now, Yale alumni have gone on to become Supreme Court justices, cabinet officials, members of Congress, governors, corporate executives, hedge fund managers, media leaders, and nonprofit executives. So in other words, if you're looking for tomorrow's American establishment, then there's a pretty good chance you're going to find a lot of them at Yale. Now, that's not unique to Yale, of course. Harvard has similar influence. Princeton does too. Elite universities have always functioned as pipelines into positions of power, but Yale has another reputation. It's famous for organizations that continue shaping relationships long after graduation. And you might know about Skull and Bones, but far fewer, and probably you have never heard of Shabtai. So let's look at how it was started. The organization began with Rabbi Shmuley Hecht.
Another
Not the
Rabbi
Shmuley you know, a
Shmuley.
different Rabbi Shmuley Hecht. According to his own telling, shortly after being ordained, he came to New Haven with the goal of building Jewish life around Yale. And while visiting the university, he met Ben Karp. Now, Ben Karp isn't particularly famous, but
Another
his brother
Karpstein.
is.
Oh,
Alex
fuck.
Karp, the CEO of Palantir,
Oh,
one of the country's most
fuck.
influential technology companies whose software is
That's
used
Alex
extensively
Karp's
by
brother.
the U.S. military, intelligence
think Alex
agencies,
could
and
look any
governments around the
uglier,
world.
but-
His brother is
Holy
Ben Karp.
shit.
Now, Ben Karp isn't particularly famous, but his brother is. Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, one of the country's most influential technology companies whose software is used extensively by the U.S. military, intelligence agencies, and governments around the world. Ben Karp and Rabbi Hecht quickly became collaborators, and together they started what was originally called the Chai Society, and then that eventually became the Eliezer Society, and finally it became Shabtai. There was
Gay.
also another co-founder. Now this one is odd. Cory Booker. Today he's a United States Senator, not Jewish. And at the time, he was still a Yale student.
He looks like one of those fishes you find at the bottom of the sea.
Booker, though, has long described himself as a strong supporter of Israel. Speaking before AIPAC, he once said his support for Israel predated his political career and quoted the biblical phrase, "If I forget thee, O Jerusalem." Now, the next person you need to know is Benny Shabtai. So the organization is named after him. Why? Well, because he financed it. When Shabtai outgrew
There
its
you
first
go.
meeting space, Benny Shabtai purchased a townhouse for the
Benny
organization. And
Shabtai.
years later, he purchased a much larger mansion that became its permanent home. And that is quite a significant investment. So who is he? Well, Benny Shabtai is an Israeli-American businessman. He built a successful career in luxury Swiss watches before expanding into technology investments and other ventures. Public reporting has also documented investments connected to Israeli technology companies and defense-related industries. He's long been active in pro-Israel causes. For many years, he served on the board of Friends of the IDF, Friends of the Israeli Defense Forces, which is an American nonprofit that raises private donations to support IDF soldiers and military programs. Its donor base has included many prominent business leaders and philanthropists. Again, none of this is secret. It's publicly documented, and it shows the world Shabtai emerged from. So this wasn't simply an academic organization. It was built with support from people deeply connected to Israeli causes, businesses, and political circles. Now, maybe you're watching this and thinking, okay, so what? Well, fair question. After all, universities have alumni organizations, political movements have leadership programs, religious communities mentor young people. That's true. But the difference here is the combination: a secretive membership, lifetime relationships, an elite university, influential founders, well-connected financial backers, and a guest list that eventually includes cabinet officials, senators, media personalities, military
this sounds so Jewish.
leaders, billionaires, foreign politicians. That combination naturally raises questions. How much influence do these networks have? How are ideas exchanged? What do they discuss behind closed doors about how society should be run? What do they say about us, what us little people should be doing, and how much knowledge we're allowed to have? Is this what they discuss in their secretive meetings before they go into their influential spheres and actually implement the ideas? And who is in these secretive meetings to begin with? And that's where the story takes another turn, because when researchers and journalists started looking more closely at Benny Shabtai's circle, another familiar name began appearing in the documents: Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Jeffrey Epstein knew an extraordinary number of influential people, so simply appearing in his address book or attending the same event doesn't automatically imply wrongdoing, okay? But documented relationships involving Epstein are still worth examining, especially when they intersect with organizations whose purpose is cultivating future leaders. And in Benny Shabtai's case, there are multiple documented connections. The publicly released Epstein documents include references to Benny Shabtai, including entries showing he was scheduled to travel to Little St. James, Epstein's private island. Other documents show that Jeffrey Epstein was invited to Benny Shabtai's wedding. Now, that tells us that these men weren't just simply acquaintances who happened to meet once. They had a social relationship. Then there's another document that caught my attention. This here is an invitation sent to Jeffrey Epstein for a dinner hosted by the organization that would eventually become the Shabtai Society. And the email describes the group as being modeled after Yale's secret societies and says its purpose is to bring together student leaders with established leaders through private dinners, lectures, and events. One passage states that the goal is to help groom the future leaders of the Jewish people. What does that even mean? Those aren't my words. That's a language from the invitation itself. And apparently Jeffrey Epstein was viewed as someone worth inviting into this network. Whether he attended or what role he played or whether he had any deeper involvement isn't something these documents answer, but the invitation exists. And it's another piece of the puzzle. Then there's one more thing. In 2008, while Epstein was already facing serious criminal...
Mommy, why are we spamming mom right now, Saeed? What the hell is going on? Why are you doing this to me? What is the significance of mom? Oh, shit. Oh, you're right. I never went live on Twitch. I'm so sorry. No wonder. I knew there was something missing. Thank you, Saeed. I now am live on Twitch. Sorry about that. You know I love my Twitch community. All love. So we're back on Twitch. Yes, finally. Saeed. And he's gone. He's moved on over to Twitch. All right, thank you, Saeed. Saeed says bye, everyone. You tried telling me an hour ago? Well, I didn't listen to you, I guess. I don't know. I must have missed it. I'm sorry. Fuck. Thugbone, you didn't tell me. Your chats weren't showing up on stream? Oh, man. Really? Saeed is home. He's back home where he belongs. Can't fucking at people on YouTube for shit on mobile. Yeah, it feels like Twitch is a better live streaming app than YouTube is. But we're glad to have you all here. I'm really surprised that I didn't notice that, but I started a little bit impromptu, and we covered that Trump address. Okay. So we're back. Let's finish this clip.
Charges for child exploitation. He traveled to Israel with Benny Shabtai, and the trip is described as including visits to Israeli military facilities. Some lawsuits have alleged that discussions involving funding undisclosed operations, although those allegations remain allegations, they've not been proven in court. They're just in the court documents. But, you know, what has been proven in court when it comes to the Epstein files? The documented fact is that Benny Shabtai and Jeffrey Epstein had an ongoing relationship. Epstein was invited to the secret society and they traveled to Israel together. Now, if Shabtai isn't simply about one donor and it isn't simply about one relationship, then what exactly does the organization do? Well, to answer that, we have to look at what they've chosen to make public. Because despite describing themselves as a secret society, they've also left behind a surprisingly large public footprint. So according to the organization...
No, unfortunately, I wish they had the Super Chat feature on Twitch, but they don't. And now I can't get Super Chatted on my backup page. And I'm not complaining. I understand this is the game we are all playing. I'm not... But I will accept all and every gift that you might send me. So thank you so much to this anonymous user for another gifted 50 subscriptions. Very, very, very generous of you, Saeed, as usual. You know I never expect it, but I always appreciate it, friend. And I wonder how your trip to Turkey was. I hope I'm not doxing you by saying that, but you did mention that. Anyway, no, you can't super chat on Twitch, but you can cheer and do things like this. But the goal that I have right now is to get this YouTube backup page monetized, and we're doing good work. We're progressing in the right direction. Squishmallow, thank you so much for 21 months subscription. Oh, you never went. Oh, well, you told me to go. Oh, we got a hype train. All right. You told me to meet you there. What if I had actually taken you up on that offer and I went all the way to Tabrik, Turkey, or wherever it was called? And I know you're supposed to say Turkiya, but that's a new development, and I've always said it's called Turkey, so I'm sticking with it. But what if I had actually taken... You don't believe me, huh? Sure. You don't know. I could have really taken that very seriously. And then you would have stood me up. Well, you know, I'm happy that you're safe and your family is safe, and maybe it's best that you didn't travel. It's just a weird time to go about the world. I'm scared to travel. I don't like to admit that to you, to say that I'm scared of anything, but I don't know if maybe if I had like something serious I had to do, but flying on planes and just traveling about the world doesn't seem safe, especially just given everything that's going on. I'm definitely not going to be touring a Ukrainian drone factory anytime soon, I'll tell you that much. Squishy Squishmallow, thank you for gifting a Tier 1 subscription to Lolo McLefty. We love Lolo, and we love you, Squish. I'm getting this weird thing with the Twitch chat. It's like I'm getting double comments. and sometimes they're very late. Oh, I see what's going on here. I have 2 Twitch chat boxes. I think that's fixed now, so that's good. You can thank Saeed for that, although he'll never own up to it. He'll never own up to gifting you a subscription. But that's who it was. You didn't need to do that, Squishy, but you did, and Lolo thanks you tremendously. Okay, let's get back to the Jewish secret society. You know, we love learning about all these subplots, these nefarious conspiratorial subplots. Learning about all these privileged secret society gatherings, how they've been hand-rubbing behind closed doors. Thugbone! Where you at, Thugbone? For the train, big dog. That's right, big dog. You are the biggest of dogs. And I say that with love. That's meant as a compliment. Why can't you super chat? You're on YouTube. You can't super chat because this page is not monetized, at least not yet. And that's what I was trying to tell you. It's a new page. I have to go through all these little hoops. I have to do this song and dance and hit all these benchmarks before the page can be submitted to the great YouTube overlords to be monetized. So we're on our 4th stream on our backup page, and it takes 3,000 watch hours. So just you guys being here and watching the stream is helping me on my path to monetization and getting back up running with this page. I'm still banned from going live on YouTube, and I'm not trying to belabor the point, but I initially thought it would be just like maybe a day or 2, maybe it's a week, but then I'm looking online, and it could be up to 90 days. There's really no recourse for YouTube content creators being censored by YouTube. It's obvious that they dole out arbitrary rulings or decisions, and despite the fact that I was given a warning on my live stream, on not even my live stream, but on one of my posts that featured a clip from my live stream, they told me it was just a warning, nothing was going to change about my stream, but that was not true because I can't go live, and that's why we did this. We're not had to switch, but I know I just hit 100K on the channel. That's right. That's right. I'm just back to being a lowly streaming serf. Thank you, Enrico. You need to get something off your chest. Saeed says he hates Lindsey Graham and he hopes he dies soon. Well, Saeed, those are harsh words, but I have some good news for you, okay? Lindsey Graham is no longer alive. I know. It's a blessed universe we now live in. We now live in a Lindsey Graham-less world, and that's nice. And, I don't know if you've been following the news, Saeed, but it appears, did you know that the timeline that the White House put out about Ladybug Lindsey doesn't make any sense? They say he was back in his D.C. home and he just got home from Ukraine. He took a 20-hour trip to Ukraine. He spent 5 hours there, and he took another 20-hour trip right back. Something about that doesn't add up. And while he was there, he toured a Ukrainian drone factory, which was blown up by Israel, but was blown up by Russia in this case. And then I didn't realize this, but they also struck the hotel that he apparently was staying at in Ukraine. I want to see an open casket too. I don't think we're going to get one though. I think it's going to be closed, which is weird for a heart attack. You'd think, why would that be a closed casket? Saeed says, come on, you can't kill a cartoon character except Pepe Le Pew. I forgot about Pepe Le Pew. Justice for Pepe Le Pew. Yeah, he was kind of a cartoon character, wasn't he? He was Ladybug Lindsay. I don't know if you saw it, Said, but we did a deep dive on Ladybug Lindsay, how he got that nickname. It is not a good story. In fact, I don't want to bring it up because if you don't know, I'd rather you just live in that world of not knowing the origins of why he's known as Ladybug Lindsay. We're not going to get into it, okay? But if you do want to know, there is a clip on my YouTube page where you can find out. I don't know. Did Pepe die? Who is...
It's Central Act...
Which one was Pepe Le Pew? Oh, the skunk. That's right. He was French, and he was a lover. But Pepe Le Pew didn't die, did he? Are you just saying that because he's stinky? Because he's a skunk? Not Pepe Escobar, no. Not Pepe Escobar, not any other Pepe. There's not many Pepes in the world that I know about. But Pepe Le Pew, Pepe Escobar, and then there was Pepe... wasn't there a famous soccer player named Pepe as well? Anyway, this stream has derailed. I blame Saeed, as I always do, for that.
Activity is hosting conversations, lots of conversations, private conversations, private dinners, small discussion groups, lectures, panels.
Oh, yeah. The Russians definitely killed Lindsey Graham, okay? Allegedly. I got to say allegedly, probably. Just to cover my legal tracks here, but, I mean, come on. Put 2 and 2 equals 4, guys. There's no way he just got home and said, it's time to have a heart attack now. There's just no way.
Invited speakers, most are held under a strict no phones policy. Some are later released publicly through the organization's YouTube channel or website, and others remain private. The idea, according to Shabtai, is to create an environment where students and established leaders can have candid discussions that might not happen in more public settings. Now, that's not unusual in itself. Universities frequently host private discussions with notable guests. What's interesting is the range of people who have participated. So the guest list, see if I could just pull this up for you here, includes Democratic senators, Republican politicians, New York Times columnists, business executives, military officials, Israeli government ministers, media personalities. One day, a student could be sitting across the table from a columnist at the New York Times, and the next, an Israeli cabinet minister, the next, a hedge fund billionaire, the next, a senior Pentagon official. That's an extraordinary amount of access for students. And if the organization is designed to build relationships over a lifetime, then those conversations become more than one-off.
I think it's funny if you say, them's just my ladybugs, but yes, them's just my ladybugs.
Events. They become the beginning of professional networks. One of the more interesting speakers is here on the screen here. This is Tony Schwartz, and Tony Schwartz is the ghostwriter behind Donald Trump's book, The Art of the Deal. And they've hosted Democratic politicians like Senator Richard Blumenthal and Representative Rosa DeLario. They've invited prominent journalists and opinion writers from major publications, including Anthony Scaramucci. He's spoken there. So it figures from the business world.
Jewish.
But perhaps most notable are the Israeli officials. Former Ambassador Michael Oren has deep ties to the organization. Also, Israeli lawmaker Simcha Rothman has spoken there. And national security.
Look at that. He wore the tiny hat so much, it caused male pattern baldness on the top of his tiny hatted head.
Security Minister Itmar Ben-Gvir also addressed the society.
That's when you just go too hard for the tiny hats. You love the tiny hat so much, it physically changes you. Too much tiny hat time.
Rothman has spoken there. And National Security Minister Itmar Ben-Gvir also
tiny hat-induced hair loss.
Addressed the society.
That very same ideology
another
was
tiny
the
hat.
one that didn't let Jewish people pray on the temple.
I'm sickened by myself that I know who these people are. That's Yishai Fleischer. He's got a Jewish supremacist podcast. He does a lot of Israeli Hasbara. And then, of course, we've got pig. The satanic pig dog.
And ended up kicking out Jews.
Look, such a gangster.
Out of Gaza communities. We cannot be merciful to the wicked and then ending up being wicked to the merciful. The democracy is there to serve the good people, not the wicked ones.
Ben-Gvir can speak English.
We have to be for the good ones.
My name is Theo Kabovi-Weiss. I'm a junior in the college from New York. A question for you is, has there been anything in the Israeli...
This Jew has a little hair clip for his tiny hat, because if he doesn't clip the tiny hat to his hair, it blow away in a violent wind, a very anti-Semitic wind, if you will.
...a response to the October 7th attacks that have made you perhaps, I don't know, in your opinion, has crossed a line, or if not, is there any line at which you would be uncomfortable with the retributive action taken by Israel against the Gaza Strip?
I think that the Israeli response has been very, very soft. I remind you who we're actually fighting with.
Yes, children. Remember, you're fighting children.
People who their agenda is to kill babies and young people. I have thought that we have been too soft, and I've been critical of it.
So you get the point here, and that is Ben-Gvir speaking at Shabtai. So this organization consistently attracts people who hold significant influence in politics, media, business, government. So
ShamWow for Jews. Shabtai.
At the founders, we've looked at the financiers, we've looked at the guest speakers. The obvious next question is, who actually belongs to this organization? And that's where things become even more interesting. It doesn't publish a membership list, okay? So we don't know everybody. But according to public reporting, it accepts
Lolo.
only around 10 to 20 new members.
Lolo gets a gift and then gives a gift in return, in kind. Thank you there for, who's that? Beefaroni. Beefaroni is another member of the latest member of the Live. Thank you.
Each year, and membership lasts for life. So unlike a fraternity that fades away after graduation, this becomes a lifelong professional network. Most of the members remain unknown, but a handful have been identified publicly.
Paying it forward.
And some of those names are worth paying attention to. One well-known member is Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, long before he became a presidential candidate, long before he became one of the bigger names in the Republican Party,
you need to do reverse rhinoplasty. Let's see, what's the joke in there? Is rhinoplasty, isn't that what? Yeah, I thought it had to do with the nose. Yeah, you got to get a nose job. If you convert to Judaism, that's one of the first orders of business. Oh no, I'm gonna be boiling in hell with Jesus in no time. I know it because of my sins.
Was involved with Shabtai. Rabbi Shmuley Hecht has publicly described Vivek as a close friend. In interviews and public statements, Hecht has said Vivek helped expand Shabtai's activities into multiple cities across the United States and Israel. Vivek himself has referred to Rabbi Hecht as a mentor. Now, why does that matter? Because it shows the type of people this organization...
Yeah, you have to make your nose bigger. That's right, Thugbone. There's the joke. I knew you could get there.
...attracts, many of them not Jewish, but who clearly hold a pro-Israel agenda, and they're young. This isn't the dying off boomer class. These are future leaders still rising through the ranks. Vivek Ramaswamy, Cory Booker. Who else is in the organization? Now, we don't know for sure. Again, the membership list is secret, but what we do know is Vivek Ramaswamy and J.D. Vance became close friends while they were both at Yale. Their friendship has continued for years.
Look, Thugbone, it's not that deep, okay, bro? A nose job, yes, it's rhinoplasty. We just went over this. I'm confused as to how you're confused.
They've campaigned together, worked together, even spent holidays together. Again, another future leader, current leader, tied to Israeli causes and the Israeli agenda. So we're never escaping. Other publicly identified members include Daily Wire host Michael Knowles, Elbridge Colby, who has served in senior Pentagon policy roles, and Michael Oren, Israel's former ambassador to the United States, who has had a long association with the organization and even lived in the Shabtai house for a period. These are people from very different professions: media, domestic and foreign governments, diplomacy, defense, yet they all intersect through this one network.
Reverse rhinoplasty, I see. I think Saeed was trying to make a joke because normally you get a nose job to make your nose smaller, maybe. So he's saying reverse rhinoplasty to make it bigger. I don't know, but we can philosophize on Saeed's jokes all night if you want to have a philosophical discussion about it.
Now let's zoom out for a minute, because this story really isn't just about Shabtai. It's about something much bigger. Every society has elite networks. Some are public, some are private. Military academies.
Why would Eldridge be a Freudian slip? What would who are we talking about here? Who's Eldridge? I know Elbridge Colby is like in the Pentagon. I forgot his official post.
Create them. Law schools create them. Business schools create them. Think about Harvard, Stanford, West Point, Oxford. These institutions don't just educate people, they create relationships. And those relationships often become the informal infrastructure of power. People hire people they know. They recommend former classmates. They serve on one another.
Eldritch horror. Okay, I'm gonna learn. I'm learning from you guys. What is Eldritch horror? Oh, it's a board game. Subgenre of speculative fiction pioneered by H.P. Lovecraftowitz. It emphasizes humanity's insignificance. Thank you for the follow. Just in the terror of incomprehensible godlike entities. I can't speak. Okay. That's too much of an inside joke for me. Beefaroni. So many tabs I got open here.
There's boards. They join one another's companies. They invite one another into government. That's not a conspiracy. That's human nature. The question is simple. How much influence do these networks have? And should the public know more about them? When an organization intentionally recruits future leaders, maintains lifetime membership, operates largely behind closed doors, and consistently brings together powerful figures from politics and media and business and foreign governments, I think it's fair to ask questions.
I think it is. It's always fair to do that. Now, we did watch this. This is a great clip explaining Polymarket and its origins. It's basically the video format of everything that Whitney Webb has exposed in her article written for her website. I think it's called Unlimited Hangout. And wow, great video, and I encourage you to watch it. But we already watched it last stream yesterday. So Unlocked, that's on you. You weren't here yesterday, and you become redundant. And that's what happens when you miss a stream. Thank you. Go fuck yourself. Appreciate that. Now go fuck yourself. Appreciate the cheer. You missed me on YouTube? I am on YouTube right now. I'm just on my backup page. I'd love it if you followed me there. Oh, hot dog, we're so sorry that we, offended your virginal ears. That username is inappropriate. Says a fucking hot dog? We don't care what hot dogs have to say. Okay. Wow. We have... I think we've seen it all now. At least on the Discord. Is there something else that we should be looking at and watching? I know I should have it together, but kind of running out of stuff to cover here. Let's see, what are the top stories here? Okay, this is James Lee from 52 seconds ago. The GOP currently controls all three branches of government, so one could argue that election interference, if real, has been to their benefit, right? So President Trump earlier tonight gave a speech to the American people announcing that U.S. elections are not safe due to the hacking of electronic voting machines and interference from foreign countries, a.k.a. China. Trump says he's declassifying all the evidence to prove it to the American people. The hacking, the exploitation, the foreign interference.
Tonight, I'm announcing
China
the
Gate.
immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes and really exposes like...
That's a great point, but wait, you got elected. You're the one that got elected, Trump. You're saying your own election was hacked then? Or are you just saying the time that you lost, it was obviously hacked, and only the times that you won, that was a free and fair election? I'm confused.
Levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference, just as disturbing.
What about the foreign interference in Thomas Massey's election? Can we get into that at all?
This vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you. The American people are beautiful, are
So
great.
just to remember, at a time when Israel is controlling our government, they've captured all branches of the government through their lobbying efforts, and Donald Trump says he wants to tell the American people, hey, there's been foreign interference in our political system. But he doesn't want to talk about Israel's foreign interference because that's who pays him. That's who paid him to become president. So what's the foreign interference? Oh, it's China.
American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group
White House Transparency Task Force.
of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs.
I don't believe a fucking word that comes out of the White House, do you?
Have all personally reviewed
Especially something called the White House Transparency Task
the
Force.
findings we are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity.
That's true. If you listen really carefully, you can hear him crapping his pants. I'm also told that every time he tells a lie, he shits his pants too.
You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's
Oop. See? There it was. Right at the end there.
tonight I'm announcing
whitehouse.gov. Everything that you ever wanted to know about Chinagate is at whitehouse.gov. Okay, where is it? I don't see nothing. Trump administration unleashes global campaign to crush radical left terrorism. I'm here, Trump. I'm here at whitehouse.gov. Where is the information regarding Chinagate? I need to know. This is national security. Oh, look, Misfit Patriot. If you're looking for the declassified files on election interference, here's the link. And it's literally just the White House website, but I'm not trying to... I don't want to do the work here. Present it. It's literally just the White House. I don't see the documents. No, the documents aren't even there. That's just whitehouse.gov. Thank you. I've looked and cannot see any pages associated with tonight's read. So we're not the only ones. Saeed, I'm sorry. Okay, we're trying. Just one, I know. Just who could possibly get the job done in a video game? Saeed, did you see this earlier? I shared this. Iran unveils Trump in a coffin on a billboard in Tehran. Look at that. You can see his hair. It's definitely him. That's pretty based. Yeah, so they say, okay, cool. Yeah, the documents you can find at whitehouse.gov, yeah, they're not there.
Does the socialism thing scare me? Yes. Is it the wrong solution? Yes. But one thing I try to persuade my fellow Republicans of is socialism is the alternative if we don't have a pathway to give people a sense that the system is not rigged.
We just got to give people a pathway to the sense that the system is not rigged. A pathway to give people the sense. He didn't say we need to unrig this system. We need to we root out the corruption of this economic system. No, he just says, we just got to create the perception of the system not being rigged so that the people will go along with the program more, because the veil is starting to slip. They're beginning to see that this system does not work for the majority of people.
And that the American dream is attainable. That's like our job. That's what we have to do. I'm not saying Rome was built in a day. It's not going to be easy.
It's interesting that he wants to use the metaphor of Rome for present-day circumstances, because that's a good allegory. The fall of Rome. The fall of Rome mirrors the fall of the American Empire. In that, why did Rome fall? Well, it's because they're developed a financial oligarchy that ruined the country, that ruined the civilization, because it became a debt-leveraged society, and everyone was trapped in debt. That's why they murdered Caesar, because he was going to cancel the debt. So the oligarchs got together and stabbed his ass, and they said, no, we need the debt to stay in place. The money must flow to the top. And so there became a dark age, because everyone was in debt, and we are all in debt right now in this present day society. So Rome is very fitting to describe the present day circumstances.
To undo some of these economic trends. But man, we ran the experiment. We ran the experiment of offshoring all of our industrial jobs, of becoming a services and finance economy, and allowing Wall Street to come in.
This is where he's starting to make a little bit of sense here.
Buy every asset of modern life and turn it into an investable, line goes up asset.
See, he's describing everything that Michael Hudson talks about the financialization of the economy, and how when you financialize an economy, you simultaneously de-industrialize it. When you financialize an economy, you de-industrialize it. You make the goods and services productive sector of the economy diminish. It shrinks because everything is going to debt service. And he's kind of saying that. He's saying we've exported industry. Industry is now elsewhere. China is the world's largest producer. We need China for our own consumer goods. We have deindustrialized in favor of financializing our economy, and that has made more of the country, more of the majority of Americans trapped in debt, with less money to spend on consumer goods, less investments into actual industry, into innovation, and more to service the debt overhead.
And what has that done? It's created a generation of kids who kind of are attracted to socialism. We have to fix that problem.
It's not even, everything that they've been vying for, this age of neoliberalism in the past 40 plus years is completely antithetical to how the Americans got rich in the 19th century, which was through industrializing. And it's funny that there's just a complete antithesis between finance capitalism and industrial capitalism. And, you know, of course, the Marxist perspective is that capitalism is capitalism. There's that irreconcilable contradiction between owners and workers, and so there'll always be exploitation if that class distinction persists. However, we've now mutated to an even more gross form of capitalism called finance capitalism, which paradoxically was what early pro-capitalists in the late 18th and early 19th century were guarding against. They were warning people. They were trying to get the government to start taxing land, for example. That was the big thing, was taxing land, making sure the government had regulatory power and capture over the banking system and over land and natural resources. These are, you know, things that would exist with or without the banking system, you know, with or without financial fees, with or without interest rates. You know, so how is it that, you know, this banking class can capture profits off of something that just exists by way of nature? There's nothing that they've added any value to these natural resources. So why are they profiting off of something that's just static? And yet every year real estate and land values go up, and yet nothing is done, nothing is changed about the land. There's not even any capital investments being made on that land or that asset, that real estate asset or that natural resource, and yet the prices are going up. And you know, when neoliberals talk about the free market, it's paradoxically the exact opposite of what early capitalists meant by the term free market. They meant free market, free from rent, free from exploitative, extractive rents, monopoly rents, natural resource rents, mortgage, land rents, because they recognized that that was not producing anything of value. It was only siphoning off value from the productive economy. So it's very ironic, I guess, is just my point here. And, you know, charging interest is not a technological phenomenon, okay? Charging interest rates is not a productive endeavor. It doesn't produce anything of value. It's not a technological phenomenon. It's extractive, not productive. It is the result of fiscal policy capture. And, you know, the more I read of this book, and I don't know if Saeed's still here, but, you know, Saeed loves to talk about the monarchy and how he's pro-monarchy. And it was interesting that I was reading in this book how monarchies are actually way better equipped at preventing and resisting the tendency for so-called democracies in evolving into financial oligarchies. I mean, that's just according to the historical record. And it makes sense when you factor in that kings and royal monarchs periodically canceled the debt because they recognized that, you know, that was a popular policy, and it was a way to make sure that the economy would be regulated, and there wouldn't be this, you know, development of this class of oligarchs that will basically debt trap the entire society, and it'll become a parasitic, civilization. So there's always been that contradiction between monarchs and oligarchs, and it's kind of antithetical to everything that we've learned in the West about how, dictator's bad, and, the royal, the divine rights of kings was bad. And it's like, we have really come up with something far worse. And is it really that bad? Just because we don't have like a dictator doesn't mean we're not living in a dictatorship. A capitalist dictatorship is still a dictatorship. Anyway, Michael Hudson puts it way more eloquently than I can do off the top of my head, but it's an interesting point nonetheless. All right, I'm just combing through here, see if there's any more stories we can cover.
The Jewish Israeli nation, which is half the Jewish population, stand with the idea that we are...
Yeah, we still have the freedom of... Nope. Certainly not.
Killing babies, in the sense that we approve of it, that we agree with it, which I think does not capture the real tough decisions that people are actually facing when it comes to what it means to be engaged in a conflict and dealing with harm. And so we can have...
Sorry, what tough decisions?
I'm saying the tough decisions that happen when it comes to how do you respond...
Tough decisions made by whom?
We totally can go into it more. I do want to dispense with everything that I've learned from the book. It's a lot. I did finish the book, and I have so many notes on my phone. I have something pulled up here, but I've got a lot of... I take notes as I go along because there's just so much stuff. I would like to go through my notes and see if I could consolidate all the information to have it make sense in sort of a lesson style format, but otherwise I'm just ranting with no clear goal in mind. But there's a lot we could talk about. But I think, one of the main things that I took away from it was the distinction between 19th century industrial capitalism and 20th century finance capitalism, and how and I say we, I don't mean me, but in this present day, we've flip-flopped every single concept of early capitalist society as it was emerging as a revolutionary mode of production, which it was in the 19th century. And it ended feudalism, which I think was a good thing. And in that time, it was industrial capitalism was supposed to pave the way for socialism. That was the next logical step, that this would ultimately free the working class. The proletariat would inherit the mantle of overcoming the next, ruling class, which was emerging as the bourgeoisie, or the merchants and the manufacturers, the heavy industry capitalists that were emerging at the time. And yet there was a sort of an alliance between industry and labor to combat the rise of the financial parasitic class of absentee landlords, banks and bondholders. And that fight was in full force in the 19th century. But after World War I kind of changed everything, and decidedly after that, the banking system became more powerful. And so we've kind of been living, ever since the 1920s up until the 2020s, what we're living through now has been just finance capitalism. and it's been a complete subversion of the capitalism that came before it. But as you're reading that, you might think, well, does Michael Hudson believe that this is just crony capitalism, and is there some truth to when you hear capitalist apologists say, well, that's not capitalism? Well, I don't think he would agree with that. I don't agree with that. I agree with the Marxist interpretation of capitalism as being, inherently exploitative because of the class contradiction. And if it's not the industrial monopolist that is exploiting the working class, it's going to be the fucking financial oligarchs that are. But in turn, now we have like an alliance between financial oligarchs and industrial monopolists who are both fucking over, sorry to put it so colorfully, but who are both exploiting the public majority, the majority of the workers that produce for the economy. And I found that to be an interesting point, the hypocrisy, the irony, because these same people love to tout the work of early economists that espoused the promise of capitalism, like Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, David Ricardo. These early economists would be considered Marxists today. They would be considered socialists today, because what they were vying for was essentially making banking a public utility. And of all of the things to socialize, to bring under public control, first and foremost would be the banking system. And it would be money creation along with that, credit creation, the creation of capital, essentially. That should all be under public control. So it begins with the banks for me, from what I understand. I think this is important to learn because this is what we're living through. We need the language to decode and dissect and dismantle what's happening now. And we're living in this age of financial oligarchy. It's finance capitalism. It's a rent-seeking economy. The entire, the majority of what we consider the GDP, the gross domestic product, is not productive at all. It's financial fees, it's penalty fees, it's interest, it's the capital gains on real estate. These static assets, land, natural resources, and also the debt servicing that goes with all of that. That's our economy now. So that was a big part of it. And, we talked about how the concept of financialization and deindustrialization, how they go hand in hand. We talked about monarchies versus democratic oligarchies, how monarchies are more equipped, better equipped to preventing the rise of oligarchy. And one point that he kept harping on was the fact that this is just a thousands of years long struggle. It's like since the creation of modern society, going back thousands of years to classical antiquity, to ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and even before that in the 7th century BC. I mean, the big question of every society is the government's control over money and credit. And when they talk about Chinese autocracy and the way that China organizes its economy and how that's a threat versus Western democracy, the real bone of contention here is the government's role in creating money and credit. That's the big fight. And obviously, Western democracies favor money and credit creation to be privatized in the hands of the biggest commercial banks. And China, the banking system is a public utility. It's under control of the Chinese government. But I'm really not organized enough right now to talk about all of the things that I learned from this book. I think I just need some time to reflect and actually sit down and type it all out so I can give it to you. But I do plan on doing that. I did read of Debt. I did read David Graeber's Debt. I didn't read the whole thing, but it's a great book. I learned a lot about it. He's very closely linked with Michael Hudson's work too, I would say. Both of them are towering figures, towering intellects, and just have a wealth of knowledge concerning history. But, this is going back to the 7th century BC. This was a problem. What we're facing right now goes back to the 7th century. This idea that, how to prevent the rise of aristocracy, oligarchy. Kings and monarchs have been dealing with this for thousands upon thousands of years. And there's an anecdote going back to the 7th century and the Corinthians, and I forget I'm not a big history buff, but that was like written on a tab or a tablet way back in the 7th century BC that, if you want to have control over society, you've got to cut down the wealthiest individuals to level the playing field at times. In other words, cancel the debt. And if I was ever president, if I was ever your president of the United States, president of the United States, that'd be the first thing I'd do. And this is why I'll never get elected as president, because I would cancel the debt and I would immediately nationalize the banks. End of story. That is the fucking revolution right there. Because from that flows all other things. The final boss of finance capitalism are the banks. So that's where you begin. That's where you begin. That's the root problem. We don't control the money supply. We don't control the flow of investments. We don't get a say in what gets invested in. We don't have any real control over capital or credit creation or money. Rich people in your country hate not being able to vote. Yep, see? There you go. See, in democratic societies such as the United States, if you're rich, you can buy political power. Well, not in China. Not under the direction of the Communist Party of China. Just because you're wealthy doesn't mean you get to lobby the government so you can enact laws that favor your class of parasites. That's not a thing. And that's why there's such a threat. That's why we're going to war everywhere. Because China does things differently than we do. It's the same old story over and over again. I think also I saw that China had completely erased all the gains made in like the real estate market. And that's another thing is like whenever the banks decide to raise the price of assets like real estate, whatever that price difference is, that should be taxed. It should be taxed back to the government. But you know, we don't do that. We should be taxing land rent, not privatizing land for profit, privatizing land rents for profit. At best, it should be subsidized. You know, housing should be subsidized. You know, at worst, it should be at cost. You know, trying to profit off of basic human survival needs is just abominable. And that is the economy that we live in, and we accept it like it's the air that we breathe. But, you know, in the 1900s or in the 1800s, they would have looked at us like we've got 3 legs. I mean, I have a third leg. That's because I am so girthy. But, you know, that would have been more to the forefront. The laborers in the 1800s were much more class conscious than we are now. We've somehow, you know, it's like the whole Israeli maxim: the old will die, the young will forget. We don't even know we're being oppressed. We don't even know what forms of oppression we've tacitly accepted as part of everyday life, because it's all we've ever known. And I think that's what's happening here. But yeah, I like talking about this shit. I feel like it's the most important thing we could be talking about. I learned about the Shanghai Cooperation. Let's talk about that. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And this is, I think, the entity that's responsible for the Belt and Road Initiative. It's a Eurasian political, economic, and international security organization of 10 member states. It focuses on political, economic, security, and counterterrorism cooperation. It's the world's largest regional organization in terms of geographic scope. But I believe that this is the entity, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that this is the entity in charge with providing infrastructure, you know, and trade agreements and economic alliances with, you know, basically the victims of U.S. imperialism, what amounts to. But the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, let me just see if I got this right. Is the SCO responsible for administering the Belt and Road Initiative? Is that fair to say? Okay, so no, it's not. No, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization not responsible for administering the Belt and Road Initiative. Instead, the BRI is a unilateral global development strategy founded and directed solely by the government of China. It is administered by Chinese state entities like the National Development and Reform Commission. While the SCO does not run the BRI, the two are highly intertwined. Well, we thought that. The SCO serves as a major multilateral platform and natural partner for aligning BRI infrastructure and economic development goals across Eurasia. Not to be confused with My Asia. My Asia and Eurasia are two very different things. So most SCO member states are active participants in joint BRI construction and align their national development strategies with the initiative. So the SCO serves as a major multilateral platform and natural partner for aligning BRI infrastructure and economic development goals. So maybe it's not okay to say they administer the Belt and Road Initiative, but they're highly intertwined. And they help facilitate it. Maybe I should have said that. But, you know, the thing about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is that it's like the latest iteration for the global south to try to surmount overcoming the World Bank, IMF global finance system, headed by the United States and Europe. And there were previous iterations of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or what later became the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's not like they didn't try to do these things, in the past. They just never had, the material conditions were not right, but they were still trying, Back in the 50s, you had the Bandung Conference of 1955, which I believe Sukarno was the chief keynote speaker of. Maybe he was responsible for largely organizing it. I'm not sure, but that's the prime minister of Indonesia at the time, the left-leaning Sukarno. Very popular revolutionary government, you could say. 1955 Bandung Conference was a historic meeting of 29 newly independent nations held in Bandung, Indonesia from April 18th to 24th. Okay, so it was in Indonesia. It marked the first major international summit of developing countries without Western colonial powers, laying the groundwork for the non-aligned movement. So then you had this thing called the non-aligned movement, which developed in the 50s and 60s and the 70s. Give me the history of the non-aligned movement. So formally established in 1961, the non-aligned movement, NAM, emerged during the Cold War as a coalition of developing nations refusing to side with either the U.S.-led capitalist bloc or the Soviet-led communist bloc. Its roots lie in the 1955 Bandung Conference in Indonesia. Okay, so these are all previous iterations, as I understand it. Like, what the non-aligned movement was trying to do is what the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is doing. It's what BRICS is doing. The Belt and Road Initiative is doing. But my point is that these things would have never happened if people weren't laying the groundwork for it for decades before, Like all the things that we're seeing as surface phenomena now in the world, there's been a whole struggle happening in the background for quite some time, and we're now beginning to see the fruition of that. And it just got me thinking about, like, these fucking sheepdogs that tell us we can't build a third political party. But that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if you never start, then you never will. But imagine telling the Bandung Conference in 1955, look, this is a failure. It's not going to work. Which it didn't. It was a failure. It didn't work. Indonesia was colonized. Sukarno was deposed. A fascist dictator was implemented, and not just Indonesia, but in many parts of the non-aligned movement, the non-aligned countries, the global south. But did that stop them from trying, even if they knew that they were doomed to fail in the present day conditions? No, they still got together. They still talked about the problem. They still tried to forge ahead to create a new path that was outside of the American capitalist system. And like I said, that would have never happened if there weren't failures in the past. The success of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is rooted in failures of the non-aligned countries in the past. But, it just goes to show you that they were trying to do this for so long, but now it's happening. And just let that be a lesson. We can't be afraid to say it how it is, and try to build parties, organizations, enterprises that exist outside of the mainstream political system, that don't try to change from within. They don't try to get inside the great white shark and say, I'm going to change it once I'm inside. No, you're going to get eaten up, But that doesn't, and yes, the odds are stacked against us, but that's not a reason to just not try. Because if we don't try, then we already know the outcome. It's just more of the same. The entire purpose of NAFTA was not to build China up. What crack are you smoking? The entire purpose of NAFTA was to impose austerity on Latin America and preserve the neoliberal world order. It has nothing to do with building China up. So, another thing I learned was that, you know, how the World Bank and the IMF are kind of tag teaming the world, and certainly any countries, let's just say the debt-trapped countries, which is every country besides the United States. But they work in tandem. The World Bank is responsible for not imposing austerity, because that's what the IMF does, but the World Bank is tasked with imposing the structure of debt trapping these countries, and so, you know, they force these countries to accept loans that are very strict and you know, are conditioned. The money is conditioned that the money must be spent on whatever infrastructure that it's spent on has to be for American exports, or you know, it's to the benefit of American capitalism. And thank you for the Tier 1 subscription. Who is that? Can't read that. Oh, Lolo. Thank you again, Lolo. And so they get into these, they have to pay these loans off, and the IMF and the World Bank don't care if there's no real economy there in that country to pay off the loans. Doesn't mean how, they don't care about how unrealistic it is that this X, Y, or Z country can't pay off the loan to the World Bank. They just impose these agreements, and then when the country gets saddled with debt and they're in a crisis, then the IMF steps in and introduces austerity, makes them sell off their state-owned enterprises, industry, property, what have you, in order to pay off the debt that they incurred from the World Bank. And a big point that Michael Hudson makes in his book is that that kind of debt should be illegal. Any debt to a foreign country which causes the country that is in debt to sell off its property to foreign creditors and impose austerity on labor, that debt should be canceled. That should not be allowed. I think that's a big point that should be made, because that right there is the global economy. So that's a big deal. Yeah, you'd think that's very reasonable, right? That should not be allowed. And another point that he made is that, you know, you shouldn't be taking foreign credit. There's really no need to take on foreign debt. Just if you have the capability to, you know, governments have the capability to print their own money, and if they take on debt in a different currency, they still have to, their banks still have to print the exchange. They have to print that credit into their own domestic currency anyway. So why not just create the money yourself and owe it to yourself rather than, you know, either way, you're going to have to create the money, like I just said. So why have to owe another country for it, where they can impose austerity against you? Does that make sense? But yeah, anyway, elect me for president, President Rathbone. I will cancel your debt, and I will make banking a public utility. I'll begin there, okay? Be day one right then. And then day two, I'm assassinated by the CIA. Looks like we got some more links here. Just watch the first minute. Okay, Russian Wilson.
So SpaceX is continuing its epic crash, and I want to show you the latest as Elon Musk and the bros are crying. So first, this is Kashik, and he says, SpaceX, 126 now, did a data center malfunction in space already. Well, let's take a look at what's going on today. Have a watch.
Water is in the trench. There's the top deck. We have ignition. And we have an abort.
The rocket farted.
Starship is not launching today.
Starship is not launching today. You just saw it. This is coming out just a few minutes ago. Again,
what
Starship
company is that? Is that SpaceX?
Starflight 13, I guess unlucky 13 for them, was an abort. And I'm sure you can imagine what happened to the stock. It's already down in the after hours. Space Investor writes,
not SpaceX.
Down. That's SpaceX. $50 billion in market cap after a single Starship scrub. A reminder that at 1.67 trillion valuation, expectations are measured in billions. So I guess it's at 127, but then you also have this under 126. So this one's saying 125. And by the time you see this video, let me know what the price of SpaceX has. But there's that red arrow down.
Nice.
No launch today. Sorry, guys. This is Elon himself. He says some
of the engines didn't start.
Some of the engines didn't start, triggering an automatic launch abort. Now offloading propellant. Next launch attempt, hopefully in a few days. Okay, that's coming from.
Can't wait to rack up that L.
I guess some of your engines did not start. And you also have to put this in context. A lot of these sort of AI techie stuff is having a meltdown at the moment. U.S. chip and memory stocks slide in fresh bout of Wall Street turmoil. So you got overvaluations
Jessica.
there. You have a scare in the market, as you guys can see. And there is some fear from China. So this part is real.
Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will cry about it. Maybe I will. Have you ever stopped to think about that? Maybe I will cry about it? Oh, have I ever stopped to think about the precious stock market? I do on the daily. That's all I ever think about. I just hope the Dow's okay. That's all.
Moonshot to launch model challenging Anthropic's lead. And this is just a long string of Chinese companies coming lower cost, right? We'll see what ends up happening with that. This is the plans that Elon's got. Let's see.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Yeah, new Starlink kits, new Starlink satellites, and we've also got development work ongoing on an entirely new satellite, our AI data center satellite, StarMind. I actually got to sit down recently with Elon and our director of satellite engineering, Ian Dahl. We covered a whole lot of stuff. The focus really was on the 3 limiting factors to making data centers in space a reality. The first factor we really dug into was needing way more mass to orbit. We're talking megatons, and that's where Starship comes in by combining full reusability, massive payload capacity that's essential to launch the number of satellites that we're talking about, because we plan to deploy up to 1 million AI satellites, and those are going to function as orbital data centers, leveraging Starship for that high volume, low cost launch.
So according to them, 1 million data centers in space, that's the plan.
Beautiful.
We have ignition, and we have an abort. Starship is not launching today.
Seriously,
they're
that's
gonna get
the
1 million
plan.
satellites.
And you have to put this all in context.
They
too,
can't
right?
get a rocket off the ground, but they're going to get 1 million satellites into space.
Right. Do people even want data centers? let alone on Earth, let alone in space, do we even want this AI technology?
Well, it will be a weekend of protests, hundreds of protests set for this weekend against the data center build-out and AI build-out. Demonstrators are calling on lawmakers to protect local communities, ensure AI poses no national security risk. Both red and blue states set to see these protests, including Arizona, Florida, Illinois, New York, and more. Communities.
You guys can see it for yourselves. So it's all over the country. And these are the protests, right? Planned anti-data center protests this weekend. And basically Fox News, they're trying to run cover for the billionaire bros. Oh, no, it's data centers are awesome. You must have data centers. We got to be China.
Report showed that there was influence from the Europe, and we have another report coming out here in a matter of days, aligned with what State Armor has found, that will show there is clear CCP influence from not only individuals within China, but from the Chinese Communist Party opposing this AI infrastructure build out. They want to win this battle to be the energy dominant and AI dominant. President Trump is right on his moves just recently that America should lead the AI digital infrastructure race.
Well, we have I don't know. I think we have, something like 10,000 data centers in the United States. It's thousands upon thousands of data centers with thousands upon thousands more being, planned to be constructed. And meanwhile, China has a couple hundred. I want to say they have 400 data centers. They do not have a lot.
Report argues that data centers are not causing any increase in utility costs. Bad energy policies are. City Journal concluding that the, quote, data centers are unusually large and steady customers. It allows the utility to sell more power through infrastructure it has already built, meaning it collects more revenue while lowering the average cost per kilowatt.
Okay, so what they were talking about here, and you can see right there, they're trying to convince you that data centers aren't raising your power bill. Bad policies are. They're trying to blame China. So anyone, according to them, if you don't like data centers, China must be paying you. They even mentioned Europe. So I guess Europe's now paying. You just don't
like AI because of China.
You, if you don't like data centers. Seriously, that's their arguments there. And I want to show you this. So they're mentioning this thing, City Journal. I looked it up for myself, so I was kind of curious. So what do you mean data centers don't raise my power, right? Data centers aren't raising your power bill. Bad policies are. Okay, that's their argument. July 14, 2026, okay? But when you actually read their paper here, they're citing between 2015 and 2024. They're cutting off the data. They're not including data.
The problem isn't data centers. The problem is that you take too many bathroom breaks at work.
From 2025, they're not including data from this year. They're not including projections into the next couple of years, right? They're misleading. Long story short, they're misleading. And these people are frankly liars, and they're purposely doing this stuff. It should be obvious to anyone. If you look at something like Bloomberg, this is just coming out yesterday, AI bumps power costs 60% as mega US grid fails to hit supply goal, right? This is the updated news. And it shouldn't become as a shock to anyone. It shouldn't come as a shock to anyone that people are protesting this stuff. So this is sort of where we're at. And I also want to show you this. This is a comment coming from the community telling me I'm so dumb, that kind of stuff. This is from Nigel. Nigel says, what part of America are you from? Or did you live in growing up, right? So that's asking me. Because everyone I know is pissed off, but WTF are we supposed to do about it really? WTF, do you know about the BS the Korean government pulls on your people? That's according to this guy. How would you make change, bub? And for you dumb Americans he's talking about, I'm not taking about 20. You
Speaking
people
are
Americans. Mad. The people of America for stuff, right? You can see right there, SH stuff.
Why is
that
he doing
is 100% out of our control. So do you think Kamala was the right pick? Trump is a loser douchebag, but when you only has a dumbass or a dumber dumbass, then we always going to be left with dim basses, right? This is this is the kind of comment you get when you do YouTube all the time. Right? It's this kind of thing, and it's how do you explain it to people? No, seriously, and it is a tough thing every single day. I just try to tell you guys what's going on. And when I tell you guys, people tell me I'm so dumb all the time. It's this kind of stuff. If you don't know, I am not Korean. I was actually born in Vietnam. The American military brought me to the USA. I grew up in USA.
What? You're not Korean?
I lived in several states. I grew up in Oregon, but I've lived in several states, over 15 states. I've seen the country.
But I'm pretty sure you look Asian, though.
It's all sorts of kinds of people. And I've also lived in other countries as well. Right now, I live in Korea. My wife is
Korean. What a dumbass American. He's talking to this guy. Meanwhile, this guy's not Korean. He's never lived in Korea. He was born in Vietnam, and he grew up in the States.
And so there's that. So the situation is collectibles are clearly a central part of the plan, right? If this deal goes through, the combined entity.
Dimbasa.
On gaming, it sounds like you are preparing for a world where gaming is diskless. There will be a trade in, secondhand trade in, but this is the umbrella point, right? Like if the hardware makers, Sony, Xbox, are reportedly moving to diskless on the console side, future game launches are digital only. Where does that fit in for your business plan in the combined entity?
So this is the GameStop CEO, right? And he took a lot of questions going, okay, what's going on with your company and stuff like that. And if you remember the whole meme stock stuff. And then I guess he was talking about buying eBay. And he got some sensitive answers here. Let's listen to this.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Software, it mattered in the past. Software today makes up less than 12% of the business, and collectibles makes up over half the business. So it's totally irrelevant.
Is there anything that you learned from the NFT marketplace experiment at GameStop that you think you can put into practice if the deal goes through in this combined entity? What was the takeaway for you from that?
Basically, GameStop needs to reinvent itself, with a lot of other companies do as well. Just things change, right? So I want to make this clear. I'm not against change. I'm not against technology, right? Things do change. GameStop's in a particularly tough spot. Consoles are way too expensive. I think you guys know this. And then I think it was Xbox and PlayStation. I know PlayStation for sure, probably Xbox also, but they're just, most of the games are downloaded these days, so you don't buy physical games. Many gamers are upset though, because they'd actually want to buy a physical game, take it back to like a GameStop, and then be able to, you know, buy, sell, trade games, this kind of stuff.
What does that mean?
GameStop has looked at digital business lines outside of the physical world. What did you learn from GameStop looking at those markets?
Do you know how much money GameStop is making today?
Is he big timing us?
143 million in Q1, highest operating earnings in the company's history.
There was surprise at the strength of earnings recently. But again, you know, the audience
because everybody in the media wants GameStop to fail. Explain that to me, Ed. Why everybody in the media, in the mainstream media, wants GameStop to fail.
Like a little victim.
There's nothing more American than GameStop committing its balance sheet and this company, which is a great American company, eBay, being aligned with shareholders. That's how this country was built, is risking
shareholders,
your own capital.
Yes, that's how this country was built. Capitalists risking their own capital to privatize video games. Pretty sure this country was built on other things.
And if the business succeeds, you make money. And if the business fails, you'll lose a lot of money. And what I want to understand is why everybody wants...
What a coincidence. His name is Cohen. We see you.
GameStop to fail. Both its core business and in this transaction. What world do we live in where we're betting against, we're rooting for an entrenched management team that has no skin in the game, and someone that's risking their own capital, and there's nothing more American than that. You want us to fail. I want to understand that.
It's always capital that is a risk, not labor. You don't risk anything when you devote your entire life to working for a company so you can afford food for your family. That's not the risk. That's not risky. Putting your life on the line, putting your body, all the powers and skills that you possess to earn a living.
Ryan, I'm a technology journalist. I host the tech show on Bloomberg. When this
The country was built by capitalists just investing and risking it all. with their capital gains. That's how this country was
broke
built.
in May. I and my team.
No hard work was necessary.
Invited you onto the show.
Oh my gosh, that would be so uncomfortable, right? And he's trying to be polite here, just asking him questions about your business and stuff like that. And the CEO there has a meltdown. So this is an idea of the kind of world that we're in. And I get it, guys. I get it. It's about money, right? You would be upset too if you're down billions or ever how much this guy's down. Right, the same way that when you talk about SpaceX, people get upset, they get emotional, tell me how stupid I am, kind of stuff. This is the world that we live in, and I also wanted to show you some reality.
What does this mean for what we've seen with the talent pipeline in Silicon Valley over the last 20 or 30 years or so? It comes to mind. I was actually speaking with a Bloomberg intern. We have a great class of interns here. He's not on the media side, and I asked what he was studying. He said, "Well, I'm now studying cybersecurity, but I spent my first year majoring in computer science and programming," and he saw the writing on the wall. He decided to switch his major as a result.
Yes, it's been a sea change within especially entry-level jobs in this industry, and it's still so new that it's hard to know how it's really going to shake out. There's plenty of optimists who say there will just be more demand than ever for software and people who understand like how software fits together. I talked to somebody at Carnegie Mellon who's working on helping restructure their computer science program, but the early signs have not been great.
Thank you,
so
Lolo.
Since
You're killing it.
ChatGPT came out in 2022, coding jobs for people in their 20s is down 20%. Wow. And it's a lot of the first in, first out at the big companies. They're doing mass layoffs. Some of them are blaming AI when it's really maybe not AI's fault, and they just maybe overhired during COVID and are trying to correct that. But for a lot of companies, they're true believers that this is a new way of working.
So that's on the jobs front. I've heard that from several sources. Basically, coming out of college is really tough right now, both the economy and also what companies are up to. They're looking basically to cut out entry-level jobs. So it's going to be tough. Regarding AI data centers, New York is now going to ban them. It says New York becomes first U.S. state to impose AI data center ban.
Wow.
So this is barring construction of new hyperscaler data centers using 50 megawatts or more of power for up to a year. So that's essentially going after the bigger ones. I think more states will probably follow on that. And then you're also getting some broken promises, you should say. This is from Google. Google Gemini launch delayed as tech falls short of internal goals. So basically they're supposed to come out with a new model. That's not happened as planned. And then you got to take a look at this. This is regarding the job situation. Again, all this stuff is connected. Let's watch.
New generation, AI can help to educate them.
Yeah.
The second thing is, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Oh, the second thing is AI can automate a lot of the manufacturing process itself. And so we can be cost competitive with countries like China and Vietnam and Malaysia because we don't need 2,000 workers all paid a low wage to produce 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, a million items. We could take a factory of 100 workers, 200 workers, 1,000 workers, and do the work of 10,000 now.
Yeah.
And so AI can also help us to compete at a cost-effective rate. Maria, it's the race for AI dominance, 100%. Right now, China has an unemployment rate that they're suppressing, by the way, for people between the ages of 18 and 24, an unemployment rate of 30%.
Wow.
Because they are just pushing out as much AI automation as possible because they know there are going to be 400 million great jobs in AI automated factories and AI automated sectors, and they want to be the people that grab those jobs. You know, the United States will be the place if President Trump is allowed to continue this agenda. The United States will be the place that will get those jobs.
So I guess according to them, people don't have jobs in China. You heard it right there. Okay, young people, and that's the stats are actually true. The unemployment among youth has been skyrocketing. I think that's in multiple countries, not just China. There's multiple countries. But then he goes on to make this weird argument that China then is going to have more AI to make more people unemployed. If you go with the original argument, he was saying that AI unemploys you. But then there's going to be a bunch of new jobs in AI, and we're all going to go for those jobs.
Make sense, huh?
You know, that's the argument they make. And this is Fox. Obviously, they say a bunch of whacked out stuff. But this is the reality. We are in a bubble. If indeed, say, companies like Google say we're canceling our plans or slowing it down, we don't need chips from Asia or whatever, otherwise, that affects markets over here, right? So Asia stocks to track U.S. slide on chip maker sell-off. And then you get all of the emotional stuff like that, like you've been seeing the GameStop CEO, or you'll see Elon Musk in the finance bros, et cetera.
Binary Power.
We'll be tracking this stuff
Palestine.
together. So that's my thoughts. I'd like to hear yours, and I'll catch you all in the next video.
Okay. We were supposed to just watch the first minute, but we watched the whole damn thing. Let's see, watch from 34 minutes, 34:17, 5 minutes on theme of the day. Imperialism, decadent, and doomed with Jyoti Brar. 34 minutes in, you say.
Hello, Garland, Nixon, and the thick world. That they can't compete from a military perspective.
Totally. Well, let's not forget that the ideology follows the economics. It's their economics system that's put them in that position.
That's right. You hear that? The ideology follows the economics, and never the other way around, usually.
If you read Lenin's book on imperialism, and I really recommend to everybody you should do that, you will be shocked how relevant it is to everything you're seeing in the world today, although it was written more than 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
In that book, so he wrote that book in 1916, and he was bringing together information about a phenomenon that was already becoming apparent to bourgeois, honest bourgeois economists, particularly English ones, British ones, of the turn of the century. So there was a character called J. Hobson, I think, J.A. Hobson, who wrote a book on imperialism and talking about monopoly capitalist economics. He was not a Marxist. He was just observing a phenomena that was happening. And Lenin quotes him quite extensively in his book on imperialism. And one of the quotes very often comes to my mind now when I'm looking at Britain and the British economy, because all the way back in about 1902, this guy Hobson described how there were already parts of, the Riviera in France, southern England, Switzerland, where there's no productive work going on. All the food, all of the goods that people use are shipped in. There's a small class of, and of course it was bigger then in terms of numbers of people who are basically rent seekers, rentiers. They live off of profits that are coming in from their investments. And then around them, there's a whole lot of people who service them. Their cooks and their cleaners and those type of people, but also people who are doing, the last bit of processing of some goods that, just the last stage that needs to be done close to where the goods are going to be used. Like if you're, running a restaurant, you have to process food right there and serve it up, right? But the mass of big production and heavy industry was all happening somewhere else. And what he said was, because at that point, the imperialists were still fighting over and really working hard to try to physically colonize China. And he looks at that situation and says, if they get their way, you can imagine a situation, because it's so vast, China, with so much wealth, so many riches. If they manage to do it, you can actually imagine a situation where the economies of Western Europe become totally hollowed out. They will export all of their producing of anything important, the growing of food and the producing of objects into places like China, and just import them as finished goods. But they will control obviously all of the production facilities.
That's exactly what made Britain the workshop of the world in the 19th century. That was the seat of industrial capitalism. That's why Britain got rich. Well, I mean, apart from all, obviously there was a colonial supply chain happening, but they manufactured the goods. I mean, they exploited the raw materials and resources from places like Africa, but all those materials were shipped to Britain, where they were refined and manufactured and they were produced. And that's why Britain became a heavyweight industrial power. And so she's explaining that process of how, already in Lenin's time, they were able to sniff this out, that the economy was becoming financialized. It was becoming largely a rent-seeking economy, debt leveraged. And the industrial producers, the industrialization was being offloaded, offshored to places like China, and that's why China's getting rich off the same model that was employed by Britain and the United States in the 19th century. Because they're actually producing things. The industry is there. Does that make sense? So this is a good quote. This is a good clip here. Thanks for sharing.
But they will get the Chinese laborers who were cheap, very cheap in 1900, and they will essentially live as parasites off the back. And he said, in that situation, you can imagine that a united kind of super Western European state would just be a parasite on the back of the labor of, poor Chinese workers, etc.
Yeah.
It's really prescient bit of writing. And like I say, it's from like 1902. And that actually is almost what we've seen. There was a bump in the road for that. It didn't happen in one go. And it hasn't happened in the way Hobson imagined exactly. But it is important to recognize that as capital accumulates and concentrates, one of the things that happens as factories and means of production are modernized, they're modernized in the battle of competition. Automation comes to try to you bring in automation to undercut your rivals and gain a bigger market share. The problem for capital, not for human beings, automation is great because you're producing more with less effort. That means you can give more to more people, if that's what you're trying to do. But if what you're trying to do is make a profit, there's a problem in the automation. Automation is a drive that comes about, as I said, because rival capitalists want to take each other's market share, because you need to expand to stay in business if you're a capitalist, right? So this need to expand means you've got to take someone else's market share. That means you've got to undercut them. So you have this drive to automation. With automation, you're producing more with less effort. The problem is, the fewer the human beings that are involved, the rate of profit falls. So then just staying inside the home market can never bring you back enough profit. You have to expand. You have to have a bigger market, a global market. You also have to find labor power, which is cheaper. So going abroad, has a double purpose. One is because the home market got too small for all the goods you're producing. The other one is your workers are getting too expensive. The land where you are is getting too expensive. The raw materials and they're all eating into your ability to make a profit because you don't employ enough people. Profit only comes from the labor of people, right? So fundamentally, you need a cheaper workforce to make more profits. And so what monopoly capitalism has been doing over the last 125 years, or in Britain's case, like 150 years, is taking industries that they've developed in the Western countries, setting them up other places so that all the input costs are lower, and they can revive their rate of profit by hyper-exploiting the workers in poorer countries where they have fewer protections, et cetera, et cetera. But then that creates a dependency. As you said, Garland, your self-sufficiency, your industrial strength has been spread around the world. And you now can only retain your economic strength and your ability to feed your own people and consume all the goods that you and your people consume, so long as all the other nodes in your supply chain stay as they are. They have to accept in perpetuity that they are going to be your wage slaves, hyper-exploited wage slaves, not just like your own proletarians, exploited to a certain degree, but kept out of total immiseration. And why are the workers in the West kept out of total immiseration? Is it because our rulers are so nice? No, it's to keep social peace. At the same time as this guy Hobson was predicting a future of total parasitism for the Western economies if things continued as they were, another man who you may have heard of called Cecil Rhodes, remember the guy who set up Rhodesia?
Yeah,
was
that guy.
Looking at meetings of poor workers in London's East End.
Started an apartheid state.
And saying, Imperialism is a bread and butter question. If we want to maintain social peace at home, we are going to have to bring back super profits and use some of that to buy off the anger of our own people. Because without that, there's going to be a social explosion. The workers won't put up with this forever. Well, okay, you've successfully, for a period, bought off the social anger of your own people by exporting those terrible conditions to other places. But do we then think all the people in the rest of the world will accept in perpetuity the same conditions you were scared of amongst your own workers 100 years ago?
The process of deindustrializing and then financializing your economy is going to become outmoded, you know? Nothing lasts forever, like I saw somebody chat. And you know, the history is dynamic. It's evolving. You know, and that's why ruling class, they love to talk about religion, and you have J.D. Vance going on Joe Rogan talking about Christian economics, whatever the fuck that means. It's because they don't want to acknowledge that the world is changing and their power is diminishing. Once you acknowledge that change is an evolutionary principle, it's a law of nature, that eventually things become outmoded. You can't keep your power in a static state forever. That spells a death sentence for your class. As soon as you acknowledge that, as soon as you know, come to terms with it. So there's a real vested interest of the vested interests to maintain a static view of history.
Of course they won't. So imperialism's job increasingly becomes in order to facilitate the profit extraction from the labor of the people all around the world and the maintenance of all these global web of supply chains back to the imperial core. Increasingly, your job is a military job, a coercion job. You need to create armies of all kinds all over the world, proxy armies and fascistic comprador governments to keep down the anger and the organizing power of the workers in the colonized world. And the truth is that many countries that, you know, are presented to us as if they're free countries are essentially still colonies. The neo-colonization process we've talked about before, right? But for example, in Colombia, we know this for decades, when workers were trying to unionize, they were encouraged, backed, trained, their governments were encouraged, backed, and trained to form basically paramilitary death squads, whose job it was to execute leaders who emerged from the working class. They might be leaders, you know, in village communities trying to fight for land rights. They might be trade unionists working for Coca-Cola, trying to get trade union rights for the workers in a Coca-Cola plant. Off them. They must not be allowed to succeed, because the success of workers organizing in the colonies means the reduction in the rate of profit, and profit is everything. So this huge machinery of imperialism, the military machinery, is really important part of, you know, goes with the economic machinery. You can't keep people in those terrible work conditions. You can't keep yourself in the position where you can loot their raw materials, their resources. You know, we talked about Niger and finding out how the uranium wealth of Niger was going 99.5% of it straight to Paris, right, for decades. How do you maintain that situation? Proxy armies, comprador governments terrorize the people so that they keep accepting a situation which is otherwise intolerable. Right? But that whole machinery is very difficult to maintain. And increasingly, we're seeing a new wave of struggles to overturn that machinery. So the imperialists are in a bind. You know, after the fall to counter-revolution of the socialist countries of Eastern Europe and the USSR, there was a moment where all of the liberation forces of the world took a big back step, right? They were demoralized, they were disorganized, and they'd lost a primary backer.
Saeed, I fell into a black hole, to answer your question, a.k.a. your mom's pussy. Oh, damn it, I'm sorry. Fuck. Shouldn't have said that. What are we down to? Are we down to 9? Sorry about that, Saeed. I wasn't thinking. 6? You better turn that 6 upside down. Come on, we're down to 9 times. I got 9 more chances to get this right. Help me. I'm falling into your mom's vagina. What? I'm past the point of no return. I'm past the event horizon. It's so moist in here. I love it. What can I say?
Even in its worst, most revisionist, most decaying.
These are sound absorption panels. They're movable. So it's still the same wall behind there. But I tried to fool you. Can't get past anything with Saeed. It's 5 now. God damn it. Man, I can't get right, can I? Don't worry, I'm going to swing a chicken. I'll pray to Baal. I'll eat some pizza. And I'll get right with the Lord. Promise.
Stage, the Soviet Union was a backstop for national liberation struggles, even where it, in cases where it wasn't giving all the help it could have given, just its very existence gave struggles and countries opportunities and options that were suddenly gone. And in that situation, many countries and liberation struggles were left having to either make compromises.
Not the Lindsay Lohan. Eyeballs. Speaking of ball. Thank you, eyeballs. The Lindsay Lohan? Oh, you mean Lindsey Graham? Oh, that's a death threat, Saeed. I see what you did there. Mom! Saeed's threatening me. The Middle Eastern man is threatening me. I think he's a Hamas operative. I'm calling the NSA to report Saeed. He's a national security threat. This is like another Holocaust. Saeed, why are you Holocausting me?
Retreats, or just to put into a holding pattern. Most went on the retreat to a certain level. But that can only last for so long.
Ladybug Lindsay. Ladybug Lindsay never washed his taint. He got back from Ukraine, and then he did faint. And now, Lady Lindsay, even though he no longer ain't, no, I'm trying to rhyme. Damn it. I was coming up with a little haiku. All right, I'll stop. I'm sorry, Paul. Yeah, I mean, way to go, Saeed, bringing up really traumatic information about the taint of Lindsay Ladybug Graham. Dem's just his ladybugs. Get on in there. It doesn't taint a pretty picture, does it? We're good, thanks. Yeah, all right, Lolo. Okay. Okay, fine. I'm eating pizza, says Paul. Please, no. Please, God, no. Stop talking about the ladybugs. I didn't bring it up, okay? You guys can blame Saeed for that. He has a thing for U.S. senators. I don't know. U.S. Congress people. He was all into MTG. Now he just can't get enough of Lindsay's ladybugs. Yeah, that's right, Thugbone. He's been lurking. I knew he's been here. And then I call for Saeed, and he doesn't even say anything. He just ignores me for days on end. But he's been here. He's been lurking in the shadows, very mysteriously. We see you, Saeed, okay? We see you. He's always watching.
We see them now. There's now a fresh resurgence at this time of global crisis and war, which the imperialists are having great troubles trying to contain. And you see them running around the world like whack-a-mole, right? And we see all the ways in which they are unable to be really successful with that. I think I probably talked enough about that, but I just wanted to remind you.
Yeah, you've been talking nonstop, Jyoti Brar. She's awesome. She's awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Bunny Ripley, because I have never heard of her. And she's uber-based. It makes me want to read Imperialism by Lenin again. Gosh, there's just so much to read and learn. It's overwhelming. But I'm lucky if I get a chapter in each night. I try to end my days with like reading just before bedtime. Right before I call your mother and wish her a good night, I try to do a little reading. And man, there's just so much to learn. That's all I can say. But I love to learn. I hope you do too. That's why we're here, in fact. So are we going to get Boom Boom Tel Aviv or what? What's going to happen here? We learned from Robert Pape that we are on phase 3 of the escalation trap. It's like Donald Trump was dipping his fat little toes into the escalation waters. He's in, he's out. He's in, he's out. He's Taco Trump. And now it looks like he's back into it. Let's see if there's anything
millions
else
of voter files were compromised.
Okay,
the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history.
The U.S. military launches more airstrikes on Iran,
Trump
killing at
blames
least 7 people.
China.
Civilian sites, including airports and bridges, are targeted.
It's funny. He's all big and tough when he's live from the White House, but then he goes and visits China, and he's like obsequious to President Xi. He gets mogged by a communist. Can you believe that? Our fucking president got mogged by a communist from China. And then he gets back home and he's now making threats against China. Well, what were you doing when you were in Beijing? Looking like a dolt, like a coward. More U.S. strikes on Iran. Ukraine's defense minister has been removed.
In Kyiv against the dismissal of Ukraine's popular defense minister in a major shakeup.
Who's watching the final in the World Cup?
His war cabinet. And hundreds of wildfires are burning across Canada and millions
Saeed,
of
you
Americans
knew what you were doing, okay? That's true. You do kind of crash the stream sometimes. In a good way. We appreciate your commentary. You're an all-star in this stream, you know? You blame the chocolate cake. Have you been eating chocolate cake? I had a cheesecake last night. Let me tell you guys, I'm still thinking about it. Cheesecake is so good. If you ever want to lure me into a trap whereby Mossad compromises me, just promise me some cheesecake. Tiramisu over cheesecake? I don't think so. I don't think so. In what world are we talking about here? Cheesecake is the best cake. The only thing I would say that's better than cheesecake, aside from your mom's butt, okay, we're down to 4 now, is creme brulee. Gosh, I love creme brulee. Tiramisu is mid, I agree. I agree about that. The Daily Lime cheesecake, huh? I haven't tried that. Peach cobbler, get out. Get out. I will not have peaches in my dessert. Millions of peaches, but not peaches for me. No, no, no. What about caramel ice cream? Vanilla ice cream with globs of caramel in it? That's so good. Okay, yeah, you thought wrong. I don't play about my peaches. And I don't play about my ladybugs either. Tres leches. Oh no, we don't put milk in our dessert, okay? We don't like not just one milk, not two milk, but tres milk. If you pour milk on my cheesecake, I will slap you. Coffee. I love coffee. I love coffee. I love lampshade. I love bar of soap. I love old worn out shoe. Yeah, that's it. Salted caramel. That's what I meant. As a bar of soap, this guy feels very seen. That's nice. That's good. Yeah, they're still claiming that they would be lampshades. The would-be lampshade defense. You son of a bitch. Mom? Saeed's making fun of me again. Mom, Saeed's talking about you. It's not true, right, Mom? Please? Mom, why are you quiet? The best cake is the one that Mrs. Rathbone made me between sessions. Between sessions? What do you mean by sessions, motherfucker? Huh? What kind of sessions? Sessions of what nature? Chocolate stuff with protein, huh? Chocolate stuffed with protein bars? Chocolate stuffed with protein bars. In between sessions? Saeed, you're down to 55, okay? It was at 56, now you're at 55. 55 more insults upon my family, including my mother, and I'm going to get real upset, okay? I might type you out a harshly worded email and hit send, and then we'll see how you feel. Okay? You need the energy, son. Oh, okay. Maybe you should get with Pete Hegseth. Get your steroid rations. Because apparently you got some low T problems. That's what it is. Get that stamina up, because you got to please my mother. Don't you? Saeed's being really, really rude to me, guys. What do I do? How do I institute disciplinary action against my chatters? Is there any legal recourse that I can do? Like, technically, Saeed is blasphemizing and defaming my pedigree, my family. He's making lewd statements about my mom. Crass and crude. I would say I need to call my lawyer, because this could turn into a lawsuit. I need to get Mr. Deutschewitz on line 1 and let him know that this is like another. What was it? What are they always crying about? Oh, that's right, the Holocaust. Yeah, this is like another Holocaust. Again, Saeed, why are you holocausting me? Hologram. Hologram, hula hoop, holo crash, holo crash. How's your father?
Affected by toxic air from across the border.
Look at all that. Canada's having some wildfires. You see that? Hundreds of wildfires. Oh, no. What are the Jews up to in Canada, guys?
Ships have used it in just the last 7 days.
More wildfires.
And they continue to use it even as we speak. And largely because of the work that the U.S. military has done in clearing mines and ensuring that...
We know whatever this chode is talking about, it's a lie. CENTCOM says it has redirected 3 ships since it reimposed blockade and insists Hormuz remains open. Really?
For both the region and the global economies.
Is there anything I've missed
on Iran and sent us this update
today?
While Iranian southern coastal cities and islands have been coming under fire as the American airstrikes continue for yet another night, and over the past few hours we have been receiving reports about sounds of explosions and airstrikes taking place in different cities, including in Ahvaz, in Qishm Island in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, the largest island indeed, also in Bushehr in
Maybe Trump did this whole stunt tonight because he knows he's going to lose the midterms, so he's grooming us to accept the fact that elections are rigged, and any elections forthwith, if they don't go his way, are also rigged. The Wall Street Journal has reported on President Trump's speech. They say he delivered an extraordinary primetime address in which he alleged that the U.S. election system had been compromised, ramping up his efforts to sow doubts about his 2020 election loss, raise skepticism about the coming midterms, there it is, pressure lawmakers into passing sweeping voter ID legislation. Speaking in the East Room on Thursday night, Trump said he was declassifying a trove of intelligence documents that he argued showed efforts by the Chinese government to interfere in or influence the 2020 U.S. election. He also said his administration found hundreds of thousands of non-citizens listed on state voting rolls. The president's remarks came months before the November midterm elections in which Republicans are at risk of losing control. Well, of course I know you're joking, good friend. I hope you know that I'm joking. Sometimes I'm not sure if people get my sense of humor. I feel like you do. But it's all in good fun. And of course I know you're joking. I mean, of course you are, right? Mom, he was joking, right? Thank you, Jess. Wait, what? So everything else was true? So you're still banging my mom and joking about it? That was, I fell for it. I was like, oh, Saeed's being genuine, sincere. He's just saying, hey, that was just, nope. Never trust an Arabian man. Never trust these damn Middle Easterners. I knew it. It's because he's Muslim. That's what it is. Can't trust him. This is what I get. Yep, that's right, hot dog. I just did a racism. I can't even joke about that because, that's now the YouTube algorithm's going to be like, what? What's going on in here? AI bots don't really understand satire. Seriously, you're joking. I don't even know at this point, honestly. You have done so much detriment to whatever this is or was, because I don't know if we can be friends after this. Honestly. I don't know who to believe. I don't know who to trust. I don't know who to turn to. That is a good song, Raven. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for giving me that mental image, by the way. That's awesome. So you'd be tripling down. I'm an honorary Arab. That's high praise. I appreciate that. You see? I knew it. Seriously, I'm joking. Because you can't eat while eating. You see what he's doing there? Because what's the implication? He's performing cunnilingus on my mother. That's what he's trying to say. It just gets worse and worse. Every time, I'm not going to fall for it again, okay? We're down to 53 now. 53 more times, Saeed. 53 more times. You insult my mom, you insult me, and guess what, bucko? I'm spamming your email address with harshly worded letters telling you to please stop. Because it's hurtful. No, seriously, though. Stop talking about my mom, man. Okay, Lee. Oh, am I doing the bit too long? Is that what's going on? You're bored now? Give you 2 weeks. Better get cracking. Better get butt cracking on that. I don't know what this is, Mood Basket. I don't know what it's turned into, but it's not. It doesn't resemble anything of what it once was. I don't even know if I'm the same person. I've changed since I started this stream. I've been psychologically traumatized, and I don't even know who I am anymore. I'm going to need therapy. Mom Slims. That's good, Michael Danger. Did you think about that all by yourself, using the 2 brain cells that you still have? That's awesome. That's really fun. Everybody laugh at Michael. Clap for Michael. He made a joke. He made a funny. What a great pun. Topical. This might be the best stream yet, and yet it's not. It's just, it comes at my expense. That's why you like it so much, because we have a chatter in here who has gone rogue, acting like an Iranian proxy, speaking ill about my dojo, bringing shame upon my good name, insulting my mother. I only have one. I don't know why I said mothers. But you know, that's why this is good. And you've been drinking? Be honest, Thugbone. You've been drinking, haven't you? I can smell it on your breath. Smells delicious. Okay. All right. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, shut up. That's what I want to say to Saeed. Every time with this. It's now we're down to 52. Keep at it, bucko. You're saying that it's my fault because I enable this kind of behavior from my chatters? Is that what you're saying? That's fair. That's fair, actually. You're right, but I need your help. That's why I'm trying to say, what do I need to do? We have someone that's being quite ornery, quite untoward, quite flippant, quite belligerent. So how do we discipline them? What do we do? I don't know. I need help. So the president's remarks came months before the November midterm elections, in which Republicans are at risk of losing control of their majorities in Congress, and as Democrats have warned that Trump would seek to undermine confidence in the nation's election system. And look at what he's done tonight. During the 25-minute speech, Trump didn't provide any evidence of voter fraud. He did say it's going to be available at the White House website, but we went there and it's not there. To prove that people had cast ballots in the United States who shouldn't have, or reveal that election outcomes had been altered because of interference, Trump and his allies have lost dozens of court cases across multiple states challenging Joe Biden's his 2020 election win. State and federal judges dismissed the cases, often for being speculative or lacking evidence. So they've come out to debunk the president's statements tonight. America watched the ramblings of a mad king, California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, said in a social media post after the speech. Before a single vote has been cast, he's already laying the groundwork to rig this election and convince you not to trust the results if they don't go his way. Can't believe I agree with Gavin Newsom. For decades, presidents of both parties have sought to build confidence in the integrity of the country's elections. Trump's decision to challenge that system marked a sharp break from his predecessors. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. During the address, Trump ratcheted up pressure on Congress to pass the Save America Act, a bill that would restrict mail-in ballots and require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. So restricting mail-in ballots just means that poor people can't go to the polls. The president has for months been pressing lawmakers to pass the legislation, but has faced resistance from Democrats and some Republicans in the Senate. Trump said the records show wrongdoing by China, alleging that its government acquired 220 million U.S. voter files beginning in the 2020 election cycle. He added that the government officials didn't disclose to him when he was president that alleged attempts by China to try to influence the 2020 election. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. A 2021 U.S. intelligence assessment found no indication that China or any other foreign country tried to alter voter registration, ballots, vote counting, or other results in the previous year's election. Intelligence officials concluded that while Beijing considered mounting an influence campaign to affect the outcome of the election, it ultimately didn't pursue it. During Trump's speech, the White House posted on its website dozens of previously classified intelligence documents, internal emails, and investigative reports that it had said that it showed extensive vulnerabilities in the U.S. election infrastructure. Among the records were reports indicating that Chinese actors collected or possessed large quantities of U.S. voter registration data. They also show at least some of the data was publicly available or downloaded from commercial sites. Hello. Chinese leader Xi Jinping is expected to visit Trump at the White House in September. Wow. That's going to be awkward. China has never and will never interfere in the presidential elections of the United States, said a spokesman at the Chinese embassy in the United States. The White House posted a folder with 8 documents related to Venezuela that Trump in his speech portrayed as proof that the regime of Nicolas Maduro digitally rigged the country's 2020 election using methods that audits couldn't detect. And that's interesting because in 2020, we know that the White House, the U.S. government, attempted to coup the Venezuelan government because they obviously didn't like Nicolas Maduro's policies and platforms. He was trying to nationalize the oil industry. It's same story as Libya, as elsewhere in perpetuity. So, of course, they're going to claim that because Nicolas Maduro was elected democratically by his people, but because we don't like his policies, we're going to say that the election was rigged using methods that audits couldn't detect. Then it sounds like there's no evidence then. Like the auditors could not detect that there was no corruption in the Venezuelan election that elected Nicolas Maduro. Well, then kind of sounds like there's no rig. There was nothing that was rigged. A Central Intelligence Agency note among the documents said U.S. intelligence didn't confirm large-scale fraud and didn't confirm that the plan was ever implemented. Trump also alleged that Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other foreign actors have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. In recent weeks, Bill Pulte, the acting director of national intelligence, and former conservative media commentator John Solomon, who is now a special government employee at the White House, have briefed the president on the intelligence, according to people familiar with the matter. Trump said in his speech that he is directing Pulte and the Justice Department to investigate and later fire those he believes tried to cover up what he sees as issues with the 2020 election. So just a fact check, Biden won 306 electoral votes to capture the White House compared with Trump's 232. A presidential candidate typically is elected after securing 270 electoral votes. So it's like even if there was fraud in Georgia or Pennsylvania or wherever, it's like you're still lost. The president asserted in the address that raw intelligence gathered by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, said that China had attempted to manufacture illegal ballots for Biden, and intelligence reports about China's election targeting were kept out of daily presidential briefings provided to Trump. He also lashed out at the media, arguing that NBC and ABC should lose their broadcast licenses for not airing his primetime address live on their networks. They shunned him. What will I see? Another insult? What did I miss? I'm going to find it. Waiting for me to notice. I love that you make her come to you. What is going on? Am I going to have to go down to 52 now for you? You still making jokes about me? I don't see it because now the comment has disappeared. It's been so long. Am I having a stroke or am I'm not freezing. I'm not having a stroke. Well, I didn't get the joke, okay? But I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't see it actually, because you've been nothing but unkind to me. Stroke check. Yeah, I'm good. No, we're good. I don't know, maybe the stream's freezing. All right, so Trump said the Department of Homeland Security had found nearly 280,000 non-citizens registered to vote in federal elections in California and other states, revealing just how vulnerable our elections are. All right, so this is, I think, of all of the, you know, if we decipher the spectacle that was this speech, I think Gavin Newsom's right. He's laying the groundwork. He's grooming the American public to mistrust the results of the midterm election. If he doesn't like it, he's going to claim it's rigged, and you know he's going to hearken back to this speech he gave and this policy decision that he made as reason for that. Okay. All right, is there anything that we missed talking about? I want to know what's going on, like, with the
AI agents. Well, hey, don't be scared. Here's how Monday.com...
Shut up.
U.S. state of Texas has killed at least 2 people, with hundreds of others rescued from the rising waters. Governor Greg Abbott said more rain is expected in the hardest-hit areas over the coming days. The flash flooding is taking place on the same river that last year burst its banks. Over 130 people died in what was the deadliest inland flood in the U.S. for over 40 years. The former chief executive of a transport company in Italy has been sentenced to 12 years in prison. It's the latest development in one of Italy's worst infrastructure disaster cases. Giovanni Castellucci is among dozens of others who've been sentenced over the collapse of a bridge in Genoa in 2018, including government officials. 43 people died in the disaster. Camille Nedelec has more.
Dozens of executives from Italy's main highway operator and an engineering firm, as well as government officials, were sentenced over the 2018 Morandi Bridge disaster. The former Autostrade CEO Giovanni Castellucci was found guilty of vehicle homicide and negligence and sentenced to 12 years in prison. The executive responsible for the bridge's maintenance was also sent to prison for 11 years.
We are satisfied with the convictions handed down today. We believe the most important aspect of this ruling is that it identified clear responsibilities for each individual role.
The courtroom was filled with bereaved families listening to the verdict, but not Castellucci. He's already in prison for manslaughter over another fatal maintenance failure that killed 40 people.
Let's see what Sam Husseini is saying about the Trump speech. He says Trump putting out all this anti-China stuff tonight might actually be related to the increased talk that we've seen about Israeli nukes in recent days. Several months ago, when the possibility of Imperial Israel escalating to nukes against Iran started to be understood by more and more people, it seemed that China was asserting itself, making that a bright red line. Now Trump might be trying to level threats against China so that they will be on the defensive and be less resolute in terms of holding to that critical red line. Interesting. I think it's more so that Trump sees a convenient boogeyman to throw under the bus in China to foment mistrust in our election system and to safeguard against losing the midterms, which he's most certainly going to do, given everything that's going on right now. If I was a spy, I would definitely tell you. Of course, that's what spies do, right? Okay, well, if that's it. Yeah, like, nobody cares, bro. Jackson Hinkle's right. He's still talking about the 2020 election 6 years later. Shut the fuck up. Okay, well, the world hasn't exploded yet. Let's see. Ben Shapiro addresses the death of U.S. Senator Ladybug Lindsey Graham before transitioning into a sponsor advertisement for ZipRecruiter.
Well, all the worst people are very, very excited about Lindsey Graham's death. All the worst people. But listen, whenever you talk about mortality or the passage of time, it's a big reminder that you don't have time to waste. I mean, that's just a reality. We just had a baby. That means we are super duper busy. There's no time to waste. And that's also true when it comes to your business. We all have our own time-saving hacks for everyday life. If you're a business owner, how can you...
Like, Lindsey Graham died, and that is a time for self-reflection about your own mortality. By the way, I just had a kid, and we're really busy, and that's why we use ZipRecruiter. You can get a discount on ZipRecruiter by using the hashtag LadybugLindsey.
Save time hiring. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that quickly lets you... Well, all the worst people are very, very excited about Lindsey Graham's death. All the worst people. But listen, whenever you talk about mortality or the passage of time, it's a big reminder that you don't have time to waste. I mean, that's just a reality. We just had a baby. That means we are super duper busy. There's no time to waste. And that's also true when it comes to your business. We all have our own time-saving...
We just bought a baby on Vinted.com. So we're super busy. We just got a baby imported from Romania.
Hacks for everyday life. If you're a business owner, how can you save time hiring? ZipRecruiter.
It only costs 6,000 shekels. The baby is very tight. And a little sassy. It's a sassy little tight baby. I know you think I'm being, I don't know, crass or whatever, but these are actual things that people have posted in a what ostensibly looks like a human trafficking front for this A company called Vinted.com was a story we covered. And they're like advertising like children's toys, but the children's toy is like $7,000 or $10,000. And then you read the description and it's like very clearly talking about an actual person. Yeah, those are real words that are used, exactly. Here's a Lego Lindsey Graham video.
They say America is the land of the free. But who gets to be free? And who gets to inherit power? Lindsey Graham died on a Sunday. By Tuesday, his sister had a crown. No election, no vote, no debate. The governor just handed it down. The senator's sister, the senator.
I wonder if the governor did that as a way to placate the family because they couldn't actually say the truth about how Lindsey Graham died.
Democracy died.
Obviously, it served many purposes, but maybe that was one of them.
You preach it to the world, you sell it overseas, but back home it's just a family tree. She fixed eyes for a living, never ran for a thing. Now she writes the laws that bind you and me.
Is there a clip of her talking?
Trump said, great idea. The party said yes.
I don't think she's said I mean, I know she's voted already for the Save America Act.
The senator's sister, the senator's seat. Democracy died in the Carolina heat. You preach it to the world, you sell it.
Democracy's been dead.
Overseas, but back home it's just a family tree. First woman to represent the state. Funny how progress only comes when it's convenient.
What you don't realize, Saeed, is that Lindsey Graham's sister is actually more masculine than Lindsey Graham was, because he is dead. Lindsey Graham is very, very dead. Okay, let me assure you, the guy is so dead. He's deader than a dead doorknob. He's like really dead. Looks like the Americans and the Iranians are going tit for tat right now. This is from an hour ago. U.S. strikes Iranian infrastructure, then Iran confirms strikes on civilian infrastructure. DD Geopolitics says here, dear Americans, remember those Patriot missiles that you can't replenish? Here is Bahrain launching dozens of them at Iranian projectiles. Let's see how successful they are. Sadly, no. Iran has not been striking Israel. Yet. Oh. Yeah, you don't see too many interceptions. You see missiles going up, and then look. Look at that. They didn't... They're like... It just seems like they're just exploding in air. They're not even hitting anything. What are we looking at here? Fascism is bipartisan. Never forget. Also, never forget the children of Manab. So look at this and then think about Donald Trump fielding questions about the Manab attack. And he's like, oh, you know, it was so long ago. Why bring it up? I think the images of us striking the school, that's all AI. That's what he said. He said, we'll never really know what actually happened, actually. This should be Trump's future right here. Iran can do the greatest thing. We just need Donald Trump. We need Donald Trump to tour a Ukrainian drone factory. That's all. I mean, the video is still going. We even went away and looked at another video, came back, and they're still going through all of the poor victims. These children that were senselessly murdered by my country, my government, my president. Unbelievable. Look at this, the Al-Aqsa Triangle coming soon. Says Pepe Escobar. So is the Red Sea, like, is that shut down right now? Is the Bab al-Mandab Strait actually closed? Do we know for sure? Wow. One of the fathers who lost his son is still, to this day, sleeping next to his son's grave. And that's one of the things I think about a lot, is just the stories that we don't hear. The people that are still living through this, and their lives are forever changed. It'll never go away. And then, you know, I'm listening to that fucking... I don't even know what to call him. I've called him every name in the goddamn book. That bloviating idiot. Mass murderer that is our president. Speaks so callously about his crimes. No acknowledgement. I mean, there's gotta be justice, you know? There's gotta be... I hope there is a God, you know? I hope there is. I think that there is. I believe in God. I want earthly justice, though, you know? I want these criminals to pay while they're alive. I want them to face their crimes. Yeah, I believe in something, too. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're using language here. I'm using English language. God could mean, is sort of a catch-all euphemism. It just means that I think I'm part of a tapestry that is larger than myself and was clearly designed by a higher intelligence than my own. That's all I'm trying to say. I hope so. Fuck, I hope so, Saeed. I'm pretty sure God... No, Thugbone, I'm pretty sure God is white. He's a white male. He's got a crusty old beard. And he's got a finger that he points, and lightning bolts shoot out of his hand. Something like that. Mm-hmm. I'd like to have faith about it. But I know that there's been, you know, Henry Kissinger lived to the ripe old age of 100 and then was celebrated after his death. The list goes on. Still celebrated. That's right. A lot of these people, they get away with murder, literally, and they never face justice. They never face consequences. But yeah, that's just like so despicable that I still can't get over that. I mean, I can't get over the Gaza genocide. And then to learn about the 168 schoolgirls that got killed. All right, I'm sorry. Enough sad talk. You're right. You're right. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I just saw that video of the school bags.
Como las bandas y traen armas.
Bueno, aquí lo bonito es que las niñas saben que su espacio.
And how would you have information about that, Saeed? Huh? Is that because you're with my mother right now? He's back at it. He really is. I don't have to put up with this, Saeed. You can't just leave your insults and then say, okay, peace and love to everyone. Bye-bye now. I just set this stream on fire. I just gaslit this stream. Off to the next. No, 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 sir. No, we love you, Saeed. We love all of you out there watching the stream. Thanks for putting up with me. And if Saeed's getting out of here, I have to go too. Honestly, I should have left about a half hour ago because I've given you 4.5 hours of my time. I'm incredibly hungry, and I think I'm gonna go eat some dinner and try to unwind. I hope that you do the same. Have a wonderful evening. And my kitty cat says hello, and he hopes... Look, you can't even really see him because of the black background. Look, in today's episode of Black and Jobless...
Hi, baby.
Oh, well, he's like, no microphone, please. He's not fielding questions at this moment. But he is fielding furry little petting. Okay, I need to log off. I can't even formulate a thought anymore. Love you guys. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe. And I love that you guys are leaving me so many positive comments. I have to say, I told you for the YouTube algorithm to just leave some positive comments about my stream because it bodes well for the health of the channel and keeping me reinstated here on YouTube. So I appreciate all your positive comments. They've been quite humorous. I've enjoyed reading them. Yeah, I'm in the dungeon. It's not really, but it looks like that, doesn't it? Yeah, I cured your bad shoulder pain, exactly. Or yeah, even just saying, just leaving a comment that says positive comment. I mean, that's great too. Love that. So we'll be back tomorrow, Friday. It's almost Friday. We almost got to the end of the work week. So I hope you'll join me for another Freaky Friday session. Same time, same place. Thank you, hot dog. All right, guys. Have a great night. Love you. We'll see you next time, okay? Bye-bye.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.